President Bullicus, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the October 20th, 2021 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 5:33 p.m. Members of the public may attend the meeting in person. The public is also allowed to participate in this board meeting telephonically. Prior to this meeting, the district posted a link for you to call in if you wish to address the board any agenda item this evening. Please note that Rich Montgomery, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, will be sitting in for Tim Brooks, Associate Superintendent, Human Resources, during closed session this evening. Deputy Superintendent Clark Hampton will not be presenting in closed session as stated on the agenda, nor will he be in attendance at tonight's meeting. Please note, Trustee Bronstein will not be in attendance for tonight's meeting. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Let the record show Trustee Bronstein is absent. Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones. Here. Trustee McNicholas.
Here. Before we recess to close session, I see that we have one speaker. Do we have any other speakers at this time? Okay, so Dawn Urbanik, if we could ask you to come up, thank you.
Good evening. I wanted to come and remind each of you that you have a fiduciary duty to the students and to the taxpayers in all matters before the board. And we have a governor who is giving illegal mandates. It's like he might as well be saying, take a gun and shoot the first student that walks through the door. So you, as elected leaders, need to be able to stand up against that. You took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution and the constitutional rights of your students, and you have a duty to do that. So if you can't do that, then you should resign and let someone else step in that does have the strength to do that. Because what it's going to come down to is each of you are individually liable for the choices that you make. So if you choose to infringe upon your students' rights with potentially harmful things, like wearing a mask is harmful, those vaccines are more harmful than the disease, you can be personally charged with violation of your oath of office and crimes against humanity. So you need to think hard about your choices. And I want to share with you that I'm in the process of finishing a writ of mandamus, and I have utter proof out of the words of our own Board of Superintendents, the County Superintendent Board, and Neil Kelly, that our voting machines are not certified, and they've been flipping votes since 2003. So I'm making a motion to remove everybody, and that will be done shortly. So maybe it's better to resign now, not have that penalty hanging over your head. Otherwise, I'm going to remove you anyway, because what's going on for our children is illegal and it's wrong. And you need to stand up, and there'll be thousands of people that'll stand with you. And I have all the documentation. I was hoping to finish it today so I could give it to you. You'll probably receive it tomorrow, and it's unbelievable. It's all from board agendas. It's all out of their mouths, and they all admit that the voting machines in Orange County they've got 2,000 Windows platform in them. That's not even secure. That's not even supported. It hasn't been supported since 2010. So let's stop playing this game and let's take care of our kids. Thank you.
There are no other speakers, so the board will now recess to close session to address the following agenda items: public health emergency, consultation with agency counsel, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 8 cases, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 5 cases, conference with real property negotiators, property, Pacifica San Juan property, a 7.292 acre property located at the northeast corner of Camino Las Robles and Avenida California. Student readmission, 1 case, student expulsion, 1 case, and conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, CUMA, and unrepresented employees. The board will now recess to close session.
That's William.
President Bullicus, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the October 20th, 2021 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 7:10 p.m. Per CDPH and Cal OSHA guidelines, masks are optional for fully vaccinated COVID-19 staff and members of the public when indoors at the district office. Any individual who is not fully vaccinated, defined as 2 weeks after the last vaccination shot, will be required to wear a mask while indoors. By entering these premises without a mask, you are attesting that you are fully vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccine. All children in attendance not vaccinated will also need to wear a mask. If participants choose to not attend the board meeting in person, the district provided a link for the public to address the board telephonically. Board Policy 1313, Civility Policy, promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. Any individual who disrupts or threatens to disrupt school office operations, uses obscenities, or speaks in a demanding, loud, insulting, and/or demeaning manner will be directed to leave school district property. If there's a disruption to tonight's meeting, including heckling, shouting out, pounding on the windows, and any other similar behavior, there is a deputy and security in attendance, and you may be asked to leave or subject to removal. Warnings will be issued by the presiding board officer, and the gavel will be used in order to support controlling the crowd. After a first and second warning, if behavior continues, the presiding officer will adjourn the board and security will clear the room. Only the boardroom is cleared. Once the boardroom is cleared, the board may return and continue board business. Non-disruptors may participate outside of the building and can speak to agenda items using the outside microphone. As a reminder, oral communications is for non-agenda items, and the board policy limits the time allotted to 20 minutes and 3 minutes per speaker. But it could be less if there are a large number of speakers. Oral communications is an opportunity for the public to comment on any pertinent issue and is not on the agenda. Under California law, board members are not allowed to respond to non-agenda oral communications comments. Please note, if we have any students registered to speak this evening on any agenda item, we will take them first at the start of each item. As a reminder, once an agenda item has begun, no further blue cards will be accepted. Please note that Philippa Townsend, Assistant Superintendent, Fiscal Services, is present on the behalf of Deputy Superintendent Clark Hampton, and Assistant Superintendent, Human Resource Services, Rich Montgomery, is present on behalf of Tim Brooks, Associate Superintendent, Human Resource Services. Please note, staff has pulled agenda item number 1, the public hearing authorizing agreement with electric service provider, and agenda item number 35, resolution number 212217, authorizing agreement with the electric service provider. Supporting the agenda item number 1, they have both been pulled. Please note, staff has made correction to exhibit number 19, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief 3, Safe Return to In-Person Instruction, and Continuity of Services Plan and Expenditure Plan. Copies are in the back of the room and on the district website under board documents. And finally, please note, staff has made corrections to exhibit number 26, resignations, retirements, employment, certificated employees activities list. There is a typo on the rate of pay for substitutes. Copies are at the back of the room, on the district website, and in board documents. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Advisor Padia.
Present.
Let the record show trustee Bronstein is absent. Trustee Bullockis.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here.
May I ask, Rich Montgomery, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mrs. Hayes, please read the report out from closed session.
President Bullockis, may we do the adoption of the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Moved by trustee McNicholas, seconded by trustee Davis. All right, did that again.
I will call the roll. Student Advisor Padia.
Aye.
Trustee Bronson is absent. Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0-1 by a roll call vote to adopt tonight's agenda with a preferential vote of aye from Student Advisor Padia. At this time, I will read the report from closed session. On agenda item 3A, public health emergency, no reportable action. On agenda item 3B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees voted 6-0-1 to approve staff recommendation on the following ADR cases. Case number 20201209 M2, 2021-0611, 2021-0727, 2021-0812, 2021-0819, 2021-0827, 2021-0917, 2021-0919. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, trustees voted 6-0-1 to approve staff recommendations on the following OAH cases. Case number 2021-050006, case number 2021-050154, case number 2021-070184, 2021-080321, and finally, case number 2021-090083. On agenda item 3D, conference with real property negotiators, no reportable action. On agenda item 3E, student readmission, trustees voted 6-0-1 to approve staff recommendation on case number 2019013. On agenda item 3F, student expulsion, trustees voted 6-0-1 to approve staff recommendation on case number 2022001. On agenda item 3G, conference with labor negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. This concludes my report.
We have special recognitions this evening, and I'm going to recognize Ryan Burris, our Chief Communications and Public Engagement Officer, to present tonight's Extra Miler. If you'll please look to your right on the screen, the presentation will be virtual.
Good evening, President Bullockis, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent. This evening, we would like to recognize Kristen Chitakian, licensed vocational nurse, Mitch Colapinto, our teacher, and Anna Conroy, our paraeducator, of Truman Benedict Elementary School for their bravery in saving the life of a first grade student during an emergency medical situation. On September 10th, Ms. Conroy realized a first grade student was choking on his food during lunchtime. The student was losing consciousness and turning blue because he could not breathe. She immediately called for help. Ms. Chitakian and Mr. Colapinto, a lifeguard outside of his teaching career, came rushing to the scene in response. Ms. Chitakian successfully dislodged the piece of food the student was choking on by administering the Heimlich maneuver, while Ms. Conroy and Mr. Colapinto stood by for assistance throughout the emergency. When asked for a comment, Truman Benedict's principal, Mike Brandt, shared that Ms. Chitakian is an amazing nurse and a true hero. He went on to add that he feels blessed to have all three of these incredible CUSD employees on his team. Please join me tonight in virtually recognizing Kristen Chitakian, Mitch Colapinto, and Anna Conroy for their incredible bravery during the heroic act. Their quick response saved the student's life, and we are so grateful that they were on the scene. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for Associated Student Body this evening, also via Zoom, we have Aliso Niguel High School. And presenting for Aliso Niguel High School is Associated Student Body President Kyle Jamora. We also have President Michael Hatcher, the school principal, and Allison Nero, the activities director. And now I will turn it over to Kyle.
Good evening, Superintendent Vital Brulti, Board of Trustees, Mr. Hatcher, parents, and our Wolverine community. It's been a very long time since we have gotten to do things in person, but Aliso Niguel has made a powerful comeback since the start of the new school year. The scenes at Aliso are uplifting, as students have been more than happy to see their friends, get involved with events and activities, and to simply learn in person. The transition back to a so-called normal hasn't been the absolute easiest, but I'm proud to say that our Wolverines are always trying and are always making an effort to be at school 5 days a week. Online learning had some of its own benefits, but the students and staff have loved getting a chance to actually live a real high school experience so much more. Our Wolverines have proved that they want to get involved in high school life. With record number participation across the board, there has been a new sense of excitement and thrill. Throughout football games, our homecoming dance, pep rallies, club rush, tailgate, and much more, everyone has had the urge to show up. Because of this positive energy that has spread between our staff and students, our spirit has exponentially grown as we have been nominated for the #1 football student section on multiple platforms. Our stands of 800 students, if not more, always fill up and sell out. Our Dancing Through the Decades themed homecoming dance was also very successful, as more than half of our population attended. At the dance, students enjoyed music, a carnival ride, laser tag, video games, karaoke, snacks, and the company of their friends and classmates. Not only does Aliso Niguel care about having a good time, but we also admire having an impact within the community and creating a stronger bond between each and every single student. Aliso Niguel is a safe place for the kids, but more importantly, it is a home that is becoming a no place for hate school. Our student government has put on a suicide awareness week in order to let everyone know they are loved and cared for. We have also had a breast cancer awareness themed game where the community was able to honor those that have battled all types of cancer. Furthermore, we have several service clubs that highlight the importance of volunteer work, as well as educate peers on racial, ethnic, gender, mental health subjects, and more. In addition to our service clubs, we also have many academic and extracurricular clubs. In total, we have around 80 clubs on campus, and each of them has a large number of members. There's a club out there for everyone. None of the things that I've mentioned could have happened without our amazing activities director, Mrs. Nero. We cannot thank her enough for the amount of work she does. As the coronavirus is here to stay for the time being, we have taken safe precautions in order to ensure the health and safety of everyone that steps foot on our campus. With the hand washing stations and hand sanitizer bottles around school, as well as the masks that are handed out, kids and staff are able to feel comfortable with being here. Going into the future, our ASB and I strive to keep this momentum going. We are constantly planning new ways to get our population involved in the fun while incorporating our favorite traditional events. Our goal is to make this year memorable for our staff and students so that there will be no regrets at the end of the year. We are glad to say that the culture and environment at Aliso has ultimately changed for the better, and we are always ready to continue supporting one another. Thank you.
We are now moving on to oral communications. The total time for oral communications. All of that, can I? I'm so sorry. We do have some comments, and I would like to start with Superintendent Kirsten Kirsten. The tall Brulty. Oh, yeah, okay, Judy. There's so much going on tonight, I can't think. Okay.
No worries. So good evening and welcome to our October Board of Trustees meeting. Tonight, I want to share my appreciation for our amazing teachers, classified staff, and administrators for their incredible work in supporting every student in our classrooms every day. This school year, I resumed my visits to school sites, and I've been able to walk classrooms and see the teaching and learning in person. Because of state and federal COVID dollars, we've been able to direct additional funds to supporting our students, investing in our multi-tiered systems of support, and investing in our employees through professional development and additional time to work together in professional learning communities. Teachers are using data to understand the learning needs of every student and building interventions to meet those needs on an individual basis. As I've observed in classrooms, students are working in small groups with their teacher and para-educators to support their individual learning needs. And credentialed PE teachers in elementary are supporting our elementary students in their physical education classes, which has provided more collaboration time for our elementary teachers. Students are engaged and excited and learning. We are mitigating learning recovery, and we see it happening each day in CapoUSD. We also made investments to support every grade level by hiring additional MTSS specialists and coaches, and you can see them support small groups and learning recovery and providing help to our grade level teachers. I'm proud of these investments to support our students, and I'm deeply encouraged by the wonderful work of our teachers, classified staff, and administrators in implementing these supports in our classrooms. On an unrelated note, as of October 7th, 2021, Trustee Bronstein is on a 90-day personal leave from her duties as a trustee. If you email her, you will receive an automatic reply directing you to Board President Judy Bullicus to provide support. That ends my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Vital Brulti. Trustees, is there anyone who would like to make a comment? Trustee Davis?
I can see and hear many of you have showed up tonight, outside, inside, to advocate for your children. I see you, I hear you, I commend you.
Does that conclude your comments? Trustee Jones?
I wanted to share a concern tonight with parents about a TV show called Squid Game. This is a program that's on Netflix. It contains a lot of very graphic violence and is not appropriate for children, particularly in the environment in which we find ourselves at present, with many children depressed and somewhat isolated. The costumes of the workers look a little bit like those of the Power Rangers, but this is nothing like the Power Rangers franchise of the 1990s. I believe some parents who are familiar with that show might allow their child to watch Squid Game without realizing what it really is. The games in Squid Game include red light, green light, and tug of war, but if you lose the game, you're gunned down. There are also scenes of organ harvesting and torture. An article in the New York Times refers to the, quote, unrelenting carnage in the show. The same article discusses the show's quote, violence, which is more than mildly sickening in its scale, its graphic presentation and its calculated gratuitousness, and the quote, empty, bloody calories. There are certainly TV shows that would be more harmful for children than Squid Game, but this is one that children know about. Your kids know about this show. And they're talking about it and some are watching. Parents should observe whether their children are playing games in which they act out some of the violence towards the losers of the games as shown in Squid Games. Thank you.
Any other comments? I'm Trustee McNicholas.
I just want to have a shout out for Dana Hill's STEPS program, that's our special ed program, and the football team for 2 weeks ago. And I know a lot of you have seen these videos and I didn't bring one to share. But 2 weeks ago, Dana Hills played Northwood. And Dana Hills was actually a pretty good team this year. And they were ahead by a substantial margin at halftime. I think it was 42-14. And there is a specific player, I'm getting goosebumps talking about it. Angel Garcia is a senior special ed student who is on the football team. And he practices every day. He does every drill with the whole team. And the team loves him. And even interviewing the winning quarterback and their winning wide receiver, they both credited Angel for his spirit. Anyway, right after halftime, the coach of Dana Hills got together with the coach of Northwood, and they basically planned a play for Angel to be able to do a 47-yard run for a touchdown. And it is on the Dana Hills website, and there's a little YouTube video of his. And not only did the entire team clear the benches and everybody was cheering for him, but the crowd went wild. And you guys, the LISO kids know what kind of things go on at stadiums these days, that people are just going crazy. But they just went wild for Angel. And a little interview with him afterwards saying, well, how did you think that game? Oh, pretty good game. He said, well, what about that run? He goes, yeah, that was fun. And he said, well, what are you looking forward to? He says, looking forward to beat Irvine next week. So they lost to Irvine, unfortunately, but so it was just so heartwarming. And to me, as representative of the Dana Hills inclusive environment, and a shout out to the coach, to Principal Dr. Baker, and to the Northwood coach. I'm not sure there's anybody from Northwood here, but thank you for making my day. And I've seen that video half a dozen times and I still get teared up about. So shout out to Dana Hills football. Thank you.
Any other comments? I would like to make a comment. Many of you probably wouldn't know as we do, but this week is being celebrated for school administration and school board appreciation week. And appreciation that I would like to acknowledge is just as Trustee Davis had mentioned to you all, we're glad you're here. We hear you. I know you don't think we hear you because you don't like the answers we're having to render. And we will go through the process, and we've said to you in many emails and on many platforms that, we are following the CDPH and we are following the governor. Not that we necessarily like it, but please understand these people are working around the clock. I mean, incredible. You all know what we did to get kids back into the classroom. And these changes that they're coming down legislatively and for the governor, they're constantly changing. And we, like I say, the staff is working around the clock. We are doing what we can as school board members to support them. And like I say, you don't like the answers that you're getting. We don't necessarily like that either, but we do want to hear from you. We are glad you were here. And I accept the applause that you gave to the comment that Trustee Davis had made, but I'm going to ask for the rest of the evening to hold the applause because we do have a lot of speakers who want to speak, an agenda to get through. So if you like something that you have heard, please wave the hands. That's the motion. We will know that you support that. But let's not have the applause. So that concludes my comments. And now we're ready for oral communication. Oh, I didn't think she had.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is actually my first board meeting with such a big crowd, so I'm a little nervous, so please let me go if I'm stuttering a little. But I just wanted to bring to you guys that I've been like hearing like a lot of comments around school about like our school lunches. And so I just wanted to like, I don't know, like if your kids, like they eat like the school lunches and like, you know, like what the circumstance of that is. But I know that a lot of students at our schools do rely on these school lunches as their only source of food throughout the whole day. And so I just wanted to let you guys know that currently I am working with the Director of Food and Services, Kristen Hillman, to bring like a better quality of food to all of our students. So that's all I had to say tonight.
And I would like to commend Kanai for stepping up right away in her starting out with us this year and joining that committee. And she will soon be touring where the food is prepped if she hasn't done so already.
I already did.
Oh, okay. We are now moving to oral communications. The total time for oral communications is 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to 3 minutes. But the fact that we do have a large number of speakers, I am going to ask the board what its pleasure is after we get the count from Mrs. Hayes in terms of what we want to do in terms of timing and hearing everyone. Mrs. Hayes, what is our count?
For oral communications, we have 6 speakers. For item 37, we have 55 speakers in the building, and we have in the room, and we have 32 speakers outside. Then we also have speakers online. I believe we have 1 for oral communication online, and then 7 total. 2 on oral.
Okay, so we can treat this separately in terms of oral communications, and then do we have any other consent? Wait a minute.
President Bullockis,
We have 1 on consent.
do we know that the oral communications are all on subjects other than the vaccination mandate?
Yes, I have the topics that fit within oral communication, non-agenda items.
Thank you.
For those.
I'd say, but let's offer oral communications, given their
8
3 minutes.
total for oral communications.
Given their 3 minutes.
It's 8 total for oral communications. I apologize. I want to clarify oral communications. We have 6 speaker cards and 2 online. So that's 8, 3 minutes apiece would be 24 minutes.
So that would just be going 4 minutes over. Are we agreed to hear the full 3 minutes for oral communications?
And hopefully not all of them will go their full 3 minutes. So I think that's fine.
Okay, and then in terms of agenda item 37, we have a total of 87. So what say you in terms of your pleasure?
Can we revisit that as, because it'll be much later in the evening? I don't know, I'll defer to the board's pleasure. In deference, I mean, if it's 11, 12 o'clock at night, I think would be definitely stick to the 20 minutes.
Yeah, so often what you've done as a board is that if you're going to, you'd make it like if you're going to reduce to a minute, you do a minute for the night. So you can by policy do 3 minutes at oral communications and 1 minute on the next item and 3 minutes on the next item. It is the pleasure of the board to either come to consensus or vote on how many minutes you want to give for each item. And if you don't come to consensus, your policy says you can spend 20 minutes on the oral communications?
I would move to oral communications. If they're all different subject matters, it's might be things that we need to know about. So I would stick with the 3 minutes for them. And then move to, since I would do the 1 minute for, and for 20 minutes total for item 37, since that'll be a single topic.
So do you want to start? So how about if we start with oral communications, get through that, and then deal with each item separately? Is that the pleasure of the board?
Could we agree to 1 minute per speaker on item 37?
I'm happy with 1 minute. I think that if we do, that's still going to give us more than 90 minutes with the time that it takes in between. And, but I think to make it any less, I mean, it's just too hard for people. But anyway, but yeah, I mean, I think we could do 3 minutes because it could all be things that are quite different and that there's on oral
So
communication.
I propose that we do 3 minutes for oral communication and anything, the rest of the meeting, 1 minute for all
Okay.
speakers.
Do I have agreement on that? Sean, shaking of heads? Okay, so the majority, we are going to 3 minutes for consent and 1 minute for anything after.
Before we begin oral communication, I want to just discuss our process, and it's been our past practice that we hear students first. Following students, we will hear the online speakers, and then we will go to the speakers who've registered here in the room or outside. Thank you in advance for helping us follow this procedure, and if any name pronunciations as I move forward. So thank you all for coming.
One other question, do we have a lot of student speakers for item number 37? And if so, could we move that to the front of the agenda?
We have two speakers, two student speakers for item 37.
Is that the pleasure of the board to bring 37 forward after the consent calendar?
I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I mean, I always prefer it if people will stay for some of our business because we actually do a lot of important business here that it would be beneficial for the public to know about. But I also realize that it gets late and people need to do various things. So I would like to do that after consent calendar, yes.
Okay, and is this the majority of the board? I see a, okay.
Do we need a motion or just consensus?
You can move it by consensus, but I do think when you adopt the agenda.
I'm sorry, I was the one that moved to adopt the agenda. And
You can move it with 37,
Okay,
make a friendly amendment to move it with 37 right after consent.
I amend my motion to adopt the agenda by adopting the agenda with the omission, with the deletions that staff deleted, number 1 and number 35, and to move item 37 up to just after consent items, which I believe is 32.
Make the first discussion item.
Would be the first.
So it would be 32.
Okay, so we'll go from 31 to 37. Consent to 37. So that's my motion, my amended motion.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee McNicholas and seconded by trustee Davis to move item 37 following the consent calendar. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 601.
Okay, Mrs. Hayes, then if I can leave it to you to call them according to whether they're in person or online.
Okay, following our practice, we're going to start with our student who is here this evening for oral communications. Gabriel Levin, please come forward and you'll have 3 minutes. Following Gabriel, we will move to the online speakers, Vanessa Santos and Michelle Palacio Campbell. Gabriel, go ahead.
I'm Gabriel Levin, a student at Tesoro High School. And I want to see the school district named after a deserving figure, not San Juan Capistrano, a bitter racist and murderer. Most people, including school officials and teachers, are ignorant, or at least pretend to be ignorant, of the atrocities Saint John of Capistrano committed against Jewish people and other minorities. Capistrano was a violent man known as the scourge of the Jews. He incited and led pogroms, or lynch mob style riots, driving entire peaceful communities of Jews like me into the wilderness of the Alps to die of exposure to the cold or starvation. History records that he burned Jews at the stake as a horrific finale to his sermons. The school district needs to fix this right now and stop honoring him. I've heard the argument that the district is only named after the mission San Juan Capistrano and not the person. But had there instead been a mission named after Adolf Hitler, Heinrich Himmler, or Joseph Mengele, the school district would have avoided honoring these criminals in any way, shape, or form. I propose instead that the Capistrano Unified School District be named the Cornelia Unified School District after Cornelia 10 Boom. She was a writer and watchmaker in Holland who, at great personal risk, hid Jewish refugees fleeing the Holocaust. Nazi soldiers caught her and sent her to the Ravensbrück concentration camp. There, she survived torture and hard labor to write The Hiding Place, an autobiography about how God inspired her good deeds. And she later moved to Orange County. As a kid who has been called a penny pincher, a dirty Jew, and a kike by fellow students, my message to local teachers is they need to start teaching tolerance. As far as role models go for the district students, one individual killed as many Jews as possible in the name of God, and the other saved them. When it comes to the history of anti-Semites, San Juan Capistrano is among the worst because he helped maintain the unbroken chain of anti-Jewish hatred in Europe that gave rise to Hitler. So, what is the school board waiting for, and when will you do the right thing? Rename the Capistrano Unified School District to the Cornelia Unified School District now. You can read my argument in full in my op-ed, What Schools Should Teach Us, published in the Voice of OC on August 18th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to our online speakers, Vanessa Santos. Vanessa is not with us online. We'll move to Michelle Colossal Campbell. Go ahead.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. Our PTAs and PTSAs are busy planning fall and winter events for our students and families. Moulton is holding their Boo Blast virtually this week with activities that families can participate in, as well as activities during their lunches and recesses. Don Juan Avila Elementary School has their Boo Blast this Friday afternoon, October 22nd from 4 to 8 p.m. They have been advertising their auction baskets all week and they look amazing. So go over to Don Juan Avila Elementary School on Friday to participate. The Niguel Hills Theater Department is putting on Alice in Wonderland on Monday, October 25th at 6 p.m. Come see this student-created production. The students have written, directed, and practiced the event, and it is an amazing play. And schools have been celebrating Red Ribbon Week this month to celebrate being drug-free. Please join your local PTAs to support our students and community. Remember, you can be a member of more than one PTA. Thank you.
Our next speakers in the room are James Montrose, on deck, Ted Bowersock Jr. Please come forward. James, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Jim Montrose. I live in Mission Viejo. My son attends Castile Elementary School. I read through the cultural proficiency plan that was adopted by the board. And it's a lot in there and a lot to talk about, but it is a harbinger for CRT, which is critical race theory. And it's here in our district. It's a Marxist ideology to sow division and hate. It teaches our children the most important thing about them is their skin color, and that determines who they are. White means you're racist or an oppressor. Black or a person of color means you're a victim or oppressed. Per CRT, since I'm a white person, I'm a racist and a white supremacist. If I disagree with this doctrine, I'm more of a racist. And of course, by CRT, my goal is to oppress Black people or people of color and eliminate all opportunity for them. This is wrong. Per CRT, a person of color is a victim and is oppressed and incapable of achieving or succeeding in life. This is wrong. So please help me resolve a dilemma I have with this doctrine. See, my son's mother is from Oaxaca, Mexico. So she is a person of color. And as you can see, I'm a white man. So this begs the question, what does that make my son? Is he a racist? Is he oppressed or a victim? Is he 50-50, maybe alternating between days, odd days he's racist, even days he's neutral? Or maybe he has no identity at all. You can see that this is ridiculous. He is an individual with agency, choice, and with character. Do you see how crazy and idiotic this doctrine is? Skin color does not make up who we are. So let me ask you this. How does CRT compare to CUSD's mission and vision? Your mission to prepare our students to meet the challenges of a rapidly changing world. Does CRT achieve this? No, it does not. The district's vision, an unwavering commitment to student success, does CRT support this? Does teaching students they are oppressed support their success? No, it doesn't. So I have a suggestion for the board to help you live up to your own mission and vision. Teach our kids only the following: reading, writing, arithmetic, science, music, language, civics, US history, not the 1619 version. And I'll leave you with a quote, and I'm sure all of you know who wrote this. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Do not teach my child or any child in this district CRT. It is wrong, it is harmful, it's disgusting.
Thank you so much for your time. I need to call the next speakers. Could I please ask for silence?
I'm sorry, can we have it quiet, please, so we can hear the names being read?
So we have coming up next, Ted Bowersock. On deck is Natalie. Following Natalie, we have 2 speakers who will be joining us from outside, Kevin Klein and Robert Kavanaugh. Please forgive me if I'm misreading your name. Ted Bowersock, please go ahead.
Good evening, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen here in attendance, and those outside. I hear you. We all hear you. I was born and raised here in California and attended Capo Unified School District. It was 42 years ago I was born here, and it was an amazing place to grow up. But sadly, leadership in this state at all levels, especially Sacramento, has turned out to make California a rotting husk of what it once was. None more disgusting are Gavin Newsom and the California Department of Public Health, who've thrown all medical legitimacy to the wind. I see people in here right now who are wearing masks, which is great. But why are we doing that unless it's an N95? Certainly freedoms are all ours and those should be preserved. But I mean, any virologist that anyone can have access to will tell you that what we're doing right now, trying to wear these, is akin to going down to the beach, which we have the pleasure of going to any day, picking up a handful of sand and throwing it through a chain link fence. Virus, chain link fence, our mouth, our lungs, okay? We started this meeting off with the Pledge of Allegiance. But sincerely, I do wonder how many of us are internalizing the words of what we said to that flag when we stood here tonight, especially as representatives, elected representatives of the people. With liberty and justice for all, not some, not jabbed, not sick, not healthy, all. Right now, what we need your help with are lawsuits against the state of California. Lawsuits, legal action. I know there's an agenda item apparently tonight that talks about something having to do with a memorandum, a statement to Governor Newsom. Unless that's a lawsuit, I don't know that we're going far enough. In fact, we're not going anywhere close to where we need to be. And more specifically, any acceptance of any budgetary money that comes with the caveats or strings of illegal enforcement of unproven gene therapy, mask requirements on students and teachers. Disgusting, disgusting. When you go home tonight, and I hope you have the pleasure of looking your children in the eye or your grandchildren, I hope you reflect very, very deeply as to what's happening to our state. You know, back in 1945, 1946, there were people who said, oh, hey, I was just following orders. I was just following orders. How did that turn out for them? That was called the Nuremberg trial. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. So may God bless.
Mr. Bowersock, thank you so much for your time. Our next speaker is Natalie. Thank you so much, sir. Natalie, please come forward.
Members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Natalie, and I am a mother of 2 young children, ages 2 and 5. Throughout the last 18 months of this pandemic, I have seen my personal freedoms and the freedoms of my children being taken away. From lockdowns, school closures, mask mandates, and now vaccine mandates, I cannot be silent any longer. This no longer looks like America. When Governor Newsom made his recent announcement that the COVID-19 vaccine will be added to the required list of K through 12 vaccines for young children, I was so angry. This overreach is wrong on so many levels. How dare the governor tell me as a parent what is in the best interest of my kids? Only I can make that choice. There's no need to stipulate a COVID vaccine for young children who have a survival rate of 99.996%. My son and daughter both attend a private Montessori school. Although our 5-year-old entered kindergarten this year, my husband and I made the choice to keep him home and out of public school. Well, he actually attended his private preschool because they were able to stay open since May of 2020 for in-person learning. If the COVID vaccine is added to the list, we will have no choice but to keep our kids out of the public school system. Please fight against Newsom to protect our freedoms. Thank you so much.
Kevin Klein, please come forward.
Thank you for letting me talk. I am a father of 2, 6-year-old, 9-year-old, and it's ridiculous what is happening. I'm here to talk about CRT. First off, the gentleman that spoke 3 ago, perfect, eloquent, amazing. I wish I could talk as amazing as him. With that, my kids go to private school now 2 years because of garbage like that is pushed down on us. I don't want them to go to private school. I went to public school. I would put them back in public school. But with CRT, with these mandates that aren't laws, it's ridiculous. Think about this. As the last gentleman said, or someone or 2 ago, you guys need to fight for us. You're hired by us. Fight for us. Fight for my kids. My wife is Korean. So I'm a racist, as he said, and she's pure. So what are my kids? Confused? You want the suicide rate to go up even higher? Put that crap in there. Sorry for cussing. Thank you.
Could the superintendent clarify whether we teach critical race theory at any point in this school district?
We do not teach critical race theory, and I encourage folks, we have a cultural proficiency plan, and the quarterly report comes back to the board November 3rd.
Our final speaker on oral communications was listed as outside. I'm calling one last chance. Perhaps maybe you're in the room. Robert Kavanaugh. Robert, last call. And we will move on.
Okay, we are moving on to the consent calendar. Please note that per board policy 9323, and in accordance with the law, the public has the right to comment on any consent item At the request of any member of the board, any item on consent agenda shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Each speaker is allotted 5 minutes on multiple items or 3 minutes per item. And Mrs. Hayes, let's see, we have how many speakers for consent calendar?
1.
Okay, and we want to call on that person now? That Michelle Fossil Campbell?
It is. Good evening. I'm speaking on item number 19. Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. I greatly appreciate the transparency in how the ESSER funds plan to maximize the use of these funds for long-term benefit in our district. I am wondering if analysis for success of some of the programs put in place will be shared this coming spring to track the benefit for students and how interventions are decreasing gaps due to learning loss. Specifically, I am hoping to hear on how math and English support classes are catching students up at the middle and high school levels. I am also hoping to hear what percentage of students utilize paper. I am super excited for this resource to be available to all of our students and families. So thank you for this plan. And I thank you for adding the paper, student tutorial, access to access to help with homework or to gain greater knowledge on a concept is available 24/7 to our students using this program and these ESSER funds. So I want to thank you for this plan once again, and I hope the program's targeted to prove success for our students and that we get a report back on how these funds are being successfully implemented. Thank you.
Yeah. Trustees, do we have any consent items you would like to have pulled? Trustee Hanachek.
I would like 8, and ironically, I was going to pull 19, but pretty much just for that simple. So maybe we can take care of that one and retire it. I just basically following up with what the speaker said. I guess we have a mind meld there. Those were my 2. So maybe
Okay.
8 till the end and then do 19 quickly now if possible.
Okay, let me first see if there are any other items that any other trustee wants to pull. No? Okay. Is it a
I can answer questions on 19 if they're that's the paper item. ESSER, I'm sorry. So ESSER, we're going to move to the end, and I'm sorry, paper, we're going to move to the end, ESSER questions now. So I am happy that we will be doing a mid-year reflection to the board on the goals, which will allow us to reflect on our strategies, how we've used the money, and then what the results are right now to date. Because one of the things we've talked about as a staff is spending $93 million over 2 years. We want to make sure that we have the right strategies in place that are getting results so that if we have to shift funding at the end of the year or for the next year, we want to make sure that if a strategy is working better, that we're shifting more funding to support that. So I believe that the mid-year reflection is in February, which will then give us some data to make those adjustments if needed.
And then time to redirect or add or great. So that's perfect. That's what I was very impressed with the work. I'm sorry that it's on consent calendar. I would have liked to have even now just to see the whole packet right now, but thank you very much. So I'll look forward to that in February. Thank you.
I'll move approval of the balance. I guess that's everything other than 8. Or do we have any other trustee polls?
So that would be items 2 through 31 without item 8.
Second.
Motion moved by trustee Jones, seconded by trustee McNicholas.
Student advisor Padia. She left the room for a few minutes. Trustee Bronstein is absent. Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Hanachek. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 601 by roll call vote to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 8.
Okay, then we will now move item number 37 forward. And we have trustee McNicholas and trustee Jones who will be presenting this item.
Well, first we get speakers, right? And
Because after presentation first.
oh, presentation.
Presentation first and then
Yes, yes, yes.
speakers and then we'll, sorry.
And then I just want to clarify that there are 25 copies in the back of a potential amendment to it. And I think each trustee received a copy of this. Okay.
So I would just like to suggest when we do speakers, President Bolikas, that we maybe get people to line up because otherwise it takes so much time between each one, if you don't mind.
Are we going to present the item first?
Yes, yes. I
Go
just
ahead.
wanted to get that in. So trustee McNicholas and I have written this resolution, which we very deliberately avoided talking about lots of issues with the virus and those kinds of things, because we feel that as a district, well, I don't know that I should speak for trustee McNicholas. As a district, we are concerned about the education of the children in our area, all children, whether they're in private school or whatever. It's our community. And we know that many people, probably some in this room, will remove their children and homeschool or use some other alternative program that may not provide the kind of educational quality we believe we present in this district. And perhaps even more important, won't have the social and emotional benefits that we think that traditional in-person, in-class instruction provides for young people. So that's what this resolution is about, because we feel that whether you are in favor of vaccines or not, the fact that children would be, in our belief, harmed by being removed from the district is something that, again, needs to be brought to the state's attention. So that's what this is about. And President McNicholas, did you want to add anything?
This district specifically did an extraordinary job of getting our kids back in class. We're one of the first in the state. And we know that that's the best thing for kids, is in-person learning. We made it work as best we could during distance learning, during hybrid learning, but we know that's not the best. So that, I believe, is the goal of the governor. Not that I necessarily agree with everything he does, but the goal of getting kids back in the classroom. And Trustee Jones and I believe that this mandate works against that, is in opposition to getting kids in the classroom. Again, we specifically focused on the quality of the education that we provide, not on any sort of research numbers or adverse events or, and the only citing of data is from the California Department of Public Health. And that's the way, that's good news or bad news, that's who we have to follow. So this is our resolution. No, we do. Yes. Okay, that's not part of this resolution. Okay, this is to advocate for the governor to either rescind or reconsider the vaccine mandate. That's all it is. Okay.
President Bolikas, before we go on to the speakers, since this amendment, people at home, right, don't know anything about it. So I think we can reassure that it will come up and when we discuss the item, right? So that they're probably feeling like, wait, where's all the information since this came in so late? I hope we just clarify that. I would imagine that'll be read out or something when we go to discuss it.
Well, the intention was to do this verbally. I asked trustee Davis to put it in writing for me so I could remember it. So it's really, this is parliamentary procedure wise, we will look at each whereas of the agenda and ask for if there's any potential amendments. And that's how we will work, and it'll be read out, so.
So for clarification, the resolution was online, it was in the agenda, but the addendums that were presented to the trustees tonight are at the back of the room. We will discuss them paragraph by paragraph tonight, but we will move to speakers now that it has been presented, and then we'll come back and work through it.
We will, my team is working to see if we can get it on the other documents and add it to the agenda page, just so that people at home will be able to engage with it too.
Okay, so Mrs. Hayes, I'm going to turn it over to you to work through if we have any students first at all.
I will take the board suggestion that we ask people to line up down the center aisle. I'm going to call 10 names. I apologize. I'm going to stick to my procedure. We're going to have the two students come forward first. Ethan Eisner and Chandler Minnick come forward first. Then we'll go to the online speakers, and then we will have people line up in the aisle of the people who are here in the building. Ethan, please come forward.
Hi, I'm Chandler and I'm in 5th grade. And I hate masks and I do not like the vaccine mandate and it's against the Constitution and this is a free country. So I don't like it.
That was Chandler from Essentia. Do we have Ethan Eisner? Ethan, are you with us? Okay, if Ethan is no longer with us, we'll go to our online speakers. First on my list is Vanessa Santos, and I do not have Vanessa logged in at this time. Renee Tutobi. I do not have Renee logged in at this time. Jeannie Wicker. Jeannie is with us.
Jeannie, go ahead, please.
Jeannie is logged in, but I don't know that if she can hear us or we cannot hear her.
Can we move to the next speaker and come back to Jeannie?
Next on my list is Sandra Miller, and I do not have Sandra logged in with us.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Jeannie, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. I would first like to applaud you guys because I do know you did a lot of work to get the kids in school, back in school learning. Last year, I had to pull my son, who was a sophomore mid-semester, from Aliso Niguel and send him to J. Sarah because distance learning did not work for him. But now he's back at Aliso Niguel. So that's the silver lining. So thank you again. But now here we are dealing with a mandatory forced vaccination for our children that has not been through extensive testing for safety. We know there's efficacy issues, and we know our children are not at any risk for COVID. But we need, as parents, to have the right to choose what's right for our children. And I know some of you on the board 100% agree. We just need you guys to stand up. And I implore this board to please reach out to Newsom in all possible ways to rethink this mandate, because there will be financial repercussions when people pull their kids out of school. And we just need them to be represented. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. Our next speaker is Bill Flossel Campbell.
Good evening. I am speaking representing only my family and no other entity tonight on this item. I do not support this resolution. I do support vaccines. This resolution has no power and no teeth. To send it makes the district look weak. Do not send this resolution that diminishes the work done by our own district's independent study teachers and alternative programs. As currently stated, exemptions are available within the mandate for those who want them. This resolution is unneeded and do not pass it as written. Thank you.
The next speaker that is registered online is Paul Duncan, but Paul is not logged in with us at this time. Following Paul, we have Stephanie Tarzia, and Stephanie is not logged on with us this time, so we will move to our speakers who are registered here in the room. I'm going to call 10 names, and I ask that you line up down the center aisle, and then we'll do that in a series of 3. Julie Little, Craig Adams, Malia Anderson, Steve De La Torre, Heather Hilnick, Julie Moran, John Greco, Andrea Dagdon, Denise Martinez, and Chuck Pillsbury. Julie Little, please go ahead.
If you'll each please state your name before, just in case we get out of order. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Little. At this time, I currently have 3 children in the district, a senior, a junior, and an 8th grader. I sure hope by the end of the year and next school year, I can say the same thing. My message continues to be very clear and simple. It's the parents' right to choose what's best for our children. We parent our children. The school district in the state does not. I hope that Monday was very eye-opening for you guys. While we don't yet know the exact numbers, we know you do. And I hope this has been made very, I hope it's made you think twice about the effect of these mandates that they will have on our district. If these mandates are passed, I promise you, I will take all 3 of my children out of the district. I would also imagine that Monday's numbers were just a small representation of the parents who would do the exact same thing. I hope you take this very seriously and realize that parents will put their money.
Our next speaker is Craig Adams.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Craig Adams. I'm a middle school math teacher at Vista Del Mar Middle School. I'm one of the original team members at that school. I had more to say. I'm cutting back on my speech right here. I realize that no one on this board wants to force these vaccines, and you don't want to force them on students, and you don't want to force them on teachers. I also know that you face serious consequences if you decide to go against the governor on this. But I say fight for us. If you will fight for us, we will fight for you. If you stand by your constituents and our medical freedoms, we will back you up. Don't let them make these experimental and questionable vaccines a requirement for enrollment or employment. If you stand with us now, history will honor you for it. Be the Rosa Parks with us. Be the one who said, no, not on my watch. Not here, not now. Whatever you have to do, don't let this happen to them. Don't let it happen to my colleagues. Don't let this happen to our students. I will end with this quote from Dr. King. History will have to record that the greatest tragedy of this period of social transition was not the strident clamor of bad people, but the appalling silence of good.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Malia Anderson.
Hi, my name is Malia Anderson, and I have 2 kids in the district. I'm here to ask for your help. The proposed resolution is a good first step, but considering what's at stake, it is simply not enough. This recent mandate is medically, legally, and ethically unsound. It defies all science and logic and completely ignores the fact that our children have a significantly higher risk of being injured by these vaccines than they have of becoming seriously ill from COVID. No matter how you look at it, it is absolutely inappropriate to mandate that all children should be forced to receive a vaccine with no long-term safety data. We are here to fight this, and we are not giving up, but we need you to stand with us. You have an incredible opportunity to stand up for our children and make a difference in our state. We are asking you to set aside politics, health orders, and funding and fight for our kids. This has gone on too far. No more masks, no more discriminatory quarantining of healthy students, no more coercion of teachers, and absolutely no forced vaccinations to our children. We have elected you as our representatives, and we are calling on you to tell the governor unequivocally that you will not be enforcing.
Next up, we have Steve De La Torre. Steve De La Torre.
Thank you. My name's Steve De La Torre. I have a first grader at Vista Del Mar Elementary. Every year we expectedly enter a flu season. We all know our kids are going to get sick. We all know we are going to get sick. Yet since the beginning of that we were all born, we've never dealt with a mask mandate. We've never dealt with vaccines. We've never dealt with social distancing. The same science that is the governor is passing down to be able to pass these tyrannical policies is the same science that tells us that our children can choose between 100 different genders at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It is not science, it is pseudoscience, and it is dangerous. Our children's best interest is our interest. The Constitution tells us we the people and we the parents. We will not accept the parents. We will not accept anything, any excuse from this board that removes that right. Thank you.
Next is Heather.
I'm speaking for Heather Puhek. My name's Andrea Durpesh. I have 2 children in the district. I'm very emotional. 39 years ago today, I came to America. For many years, my parents fought to leave communist Romania and its cruel dictatorship. We left Romania because we did not have any freedom there. As a child, I spent 6 weeks in a refugee camp waiting to get to this land that I love, this land of the free. Today, 39 years later, my heart breaks as I realize our freedom here in America is threatened. I have never once taken my freedom here in America for granted. You know why? Because I know very well what it means like not to have it. Today, I ask you to please fight for our right to choose, vaccinated or not vaccinated. Fight for us and give us that right to choose for what's best for our families and our children.
Next is Julie Moran.
It's not me.
Julie?
I'm Julie. Okay, sorry.
Oh, can you please give them to the secretary?
Julie, go ahead and speak. I'll pass those out for you.
Hi, I'm Julie Moran. I want to tell you first that as parents here, this is not about politics. Doesn't matter if we're blue, red, yellow. As parents are united like this. We are one. It's about our children's health. We know that this country, it's been built on money, greed, power. James O'Keefe with Project Veritas. He's on Facebook, Instagram. Check him out. He's an undercover journalist. He had a reporter ask at J&J, why such a strong push for this vaccine? J&J, numbers, only way people really act and comply, it affects their pockets like a second-class citizen. Like you can't do anything like a normal citizen can do, inconveniences people to the point where it's like, well, I might as well just do it. Brandon Shutt of J&J, quote, said, it's killed over 200,000 people. They're not telling people that, end quote. So it's either the COVID vaccine for these kids or they can't have an education. Like, doesn't that sound insane to all of you up there? If you allow this mandate, you are not representing the voice of the majority of the Capo parents and you are acting on your own beliefs and agenda, and that's not okay. Blood will be on your hands if and when children.
John Greco.
Hi, John Gresco. This resolution is weak. Rescind is too soft of language. We're asking you to reject it. Governor Newsom will not rescind this. He is illogical and erratic. He's now asking for the federal courts to halt the vaccine mandate for prison guards. I urge you to look at the precedent established by Lucerne Valley Unified School District, where the board unanimously voted against this mandate. We also ask you to to rescind the pop-up vaccination clinics approved last month. It's bogus that the clinics are for parents and underrepresented minorities. A quick internet search yielded several dozen vac sites in our school district area. The covert goal here is to brainwash, influence, and propagandize our youth. This constitutes bullying, and we are advised that this may be battery on your part. I request that you rescind your offer to allow pop-up vax clinics on school grounds. You are not medical professionals, and therefore you are unlawfully practicing. I will leave a copy of this personal notice of liability. You will be held personally and criminally liable for the death.
Our next speaker is Andre Godin.
Every informed person should have realized by now that all these mask and vaccine mandates are not about our health, but about enslavement. We know that COVID vaccines kill more people than heal. We know it from VAERS and FDA hearings. Many of us know people who were injured or killed by vaccines. A vaccine mandate will cause some kids to die. Our schools teach about Anne Frank's diary, documenting the horrors of World War II Nazi concentration camps. If you enforce this poison on our kids, then you will be no different from these concentration camp guards. You will participate in the crime against humanity if you choose to comply. Let me remind you that Nuremberg trials showed us that just following orders is not an excuse from deserved punishment. Martin Luther King said, one has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. Obviously, the moment of truth is approaching, when each of you will have to.
Next up is Denise Martinez. Denise, thank you.
Hi, my name is Denise Martinez. I'm the mother of 4 children who attend Capo, and I'm also a teacher of over 20 years in another district in Orange County. I am a cancer survivor. I have respiratory bronchial asthma, and I have survived COVID. My 83-year-old mother-in-law has survived COVID. My niece, who with respiratory issues, has survived COVID, and all my kids have survived COVID. As an educator, I teach my students every day to look for the evidence, and that's what I'm asking you guys to do. Look for the evidence. There are things that work to treat this virus that are not the vaccine. I'm not against vaccines. My kids are all vaccinated. I just think this is too soon, too fast. I don't want to diminish people that have suffered or died from COVID, but I also know people who have died from the vaccine, and we are causing more death and long-term effects mandating this vaccine. Do we really want to do that for our children? Again, just look for the evidence. Schools are open, kids are playing outside, sports are back, cases have decreased. And I just want to leave with one statistic. More kids have died from the flu than have died from
Next is Chuck Pillsbury.
Vietnam veteran, and our parents and our grandparents and our great-grandparents fought for our freedom. We don't want to lose our freedom. And that's a big one, because if we go down the road of accepting all this mandated upon us, we're in real deep trouble. And I'm not for communism, because that's why my dad almost died in World War II, to fight for my freedom. And I was in the Vietnam War and fought for your freedom. So we need your help.
I would like to share with you that we do have online speakers who pre-registered. I lost connectivity, and so now they're there. And so our first speaker who registered, who got cut off when I lost connectivity, was Vanessa Santos. Vanessa, please go ahead. And the online speakers, as a reminder, 1 minute.
Hello, thank you so much for taking my call. I hope you can hear me. I am here to actually support the vaccine mandate. I believe that vaccines are a really invaluable tool in how to fight disease, especially during global health pandemics like the one we are going through. It's how we are no longer living with polio. It's how we are no longer living with smallpox. It's how we manage measles. It's how we manage so much disease. So we need these vaccines in order to get through this pandemic and move forward. I also want to speak out in support of the ethnic studies curriculum. I think it's a really important part for our students to
Vanessa, I'm
learn.
sorry, but you cannot talk about something that other than what you signed up to speak on.
Okay, well, that's all I was going to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next online speaker is Paul Duncan. Paul is now online with us. Paul, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, speaker.
I'm speaking tonight to express my sincere opposition to mandated COVID vaccinations. This is nothing more than a money grab, an opportunity to transfer money from the US tax base to big pharma and the corrupt politicians they support, fund, and own. There are a lot of well-intentioned people that want these vaccinations, like the woman before me who said that she has the polio vaccine and smallpox vaccine. The difference here is those vaccines actually work. 70% of all the vaccines reported in August in Israel, all the deaths reported, 70% of them were from fully vaccinated patients. So it clearly doesn't work. We need more time. That is all.
Thank you, Duncan. Next up online, Stephanie Tarzia. Stephanie, go ahead. You're muted. Do you want to go ahead? Stephanie, your mic is muted. We'll have to go on to the next 10 speakers in the room. Stephanie, your mic is live.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming back to me. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to speak in regards to the resolution. I think it's important that we think of when efforts like this are put out on behalf as a district on the whole. Not all of us have the same beliefs. And I think it's important to recognize that we all have the opportunity to represent ourselves as individuals. And therefore, in terms of that, until we have efforts to better understand if this is truly the beliefs of our district on the whole, that it would be premature to send something of this nature out on behalf of our district. And I just think that we are best to leave these types of decisions when it comes to health to the experts in this field, so that as a district, we can focus on the things that are most important to our students, that we have many challenges coming up, and that if we could leave these types of decisions to CDPH and those in the health field. I appreciate everyone listening
for your time. That concludes your 1 minute. Next, I will call 10 speakers to line up in the middle aisle of the room. Tracy Reines. Amber. Clayton Reines. Sandra Miller. Anna Stevens. Linda Pillsbury. Josh Binkley. Dottie Hagmeyer. Jennifer Bonkowski. And Laura Ferguson, our next 10 speakers. If you line up in the middle, and we'll go on ahead. Tracy, please come forward and begin.
Good evening. I have 3 kids in the school district, and today was anti-bullying day in class. And as I reflect on what they were learning and going through in school and wearing positive messages and talking about not being bullied and how bullying is bad, I'm thinking to myself that I'm actually feeling bullied. My family's feeling bullied. My kids are feeling bullied. And it's not because I wear glasses sometimes, or maybe my hair has a bad day. It's because I'm being told for my kids to go and get an education that I'm paying for. They have to have a poison injected into their body that I disagree with. So I ask you, when you're looking at this resolution, do not be so nice and to reconsider. Be strong, be firm, because you are being bullied.
Next up is Amber.
Hi, 2 weeks ago, one social media post, I got 500 plus people in this parking lot. Since then, we have over 20,000 people following us on Moms on the Ground. We helped promote the October 18th sit out. And it won't be the first and it won't be the last. I'll tell you that right now. Because of that, I lost my job because I'm a liability. So that frees me up to fight for my children more and to come after your job if you don't fight for my kids.
Clayton. Go ahead.
Yeah, Clayton Reyes. I have 3 kids in the district, and I think you've heard from me before a few times on the mask mandate. So really concerned about the efficacy or potential efficacy of this measure. You need a legal remedy. This is what we said 4 months ago when I came to this meeting. I said, you're weak on masks. You need to sue the state to execute the rights that you have as a district. And what happened? Now this is a last minute agenda item that was added, right? We need to stay ahead of this and really file a lawsuit to make this work. We want parents to be able to choose what's right for their kids, period. If you don't, I've heard this before, hey, we're not medical experts, we're not trained, we can't make that decision. That's exactly why you need to defer to the parents in this regard. We can take care of our kids. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next is Sandra Miller. Sandra, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Miller, and I am a concerned parent. I am not anti-vaccine. I am anti-mandate. All other vaccines that my children were given were effective at preventing diseases. Lots of studies were done and years of let's see what happens went by before they were required. I don't understand how I am supposed to go in and trust a vaccine where the narrative is constantly changing. Who knew that the efficacy would wear out so quickly? Now boosters will be required. How many of the vaccines on the current schedule that are required to attend school lose efficacy in 2 to 3 months? How long were they tested and retested before they were required? I'm not willing to let my child be a party to an experiment where the long-term effects of the COVID shot are not yet known. For the government to suggest that I do not have a choice in this matter is wrong. Parents should be the authority on medical decisions for their children, not the state. I do not consent to my son being part of a clinical trial, and I ask that you continue to push against the state by not allowing vaccine sites at our schools and to firmly declare that you will not enforce this mandate. Thank you.
Next is Anna Stevens. Go ahead.
Hi, I am a mom of 4 and a local women's healthcare provider. I'd like to speak on the term safe and effective. We have heard this term reiterated over and over from those recommending the COVID vaccine for children. Is it unequivocally safe though? Data has shown that boys ages 12 to 15 are 4 to 6 times more likely to develop myocarditis from the vaccine than to be hospitalized with COVID. If this vaccine is completely safe for kids, I would ask why it carries complete indemnification for the manufacturers. If I allow my child to be injected with this vaccine and she ends up having an adverse reaction, who will be responsible? In women's health, we are seeing a list of concerning complications post-vaccination. Women are experiencing cycle disruptions, clotting issues, and many other unexplained symptoms. It is completely understandable for parents to take a pause when considering this shot, especially when the virus itself poses such a low risk to children and teenagers. To hold our children's education hostage based on compliance with a new and under-tested therapy is unethical.
Thank you. Next up is Linda Pillsbury.
Yes, my name is Linda, and I'd like to share with you Luke 17, 1-2. Jesus said to his disciples, things that cause people to sin are bound to come, but woe to that person through whom they come. It would be better for him to be thrown into the sea with a millstone tied around his neck than for him to cause one of these little ones to sin. It appears the goals of the majority of these board members here tonight, your goals are child abuse, dumb down our kids, hypersexualize them, divide and teach hate, control health decisions, create victims and identity confusion, create useful idiots, brainwash and indoctrinate with cultural proficiency plan. I'd rob our children of their innocence and make them dependent on the big government handouts. The goals of parents are teach morality, and integrity so they know right from wrong. Encourage them to achieve and to excellence, protect innocence, grow healthy, responsible, and independent adults. Teach them traditional education, the 3 R's and values. Create love of learning. Teach them critical thinking skills and reinforce respect for their parents. You'll be held accountable one way or the other. So we voted for you.
Thank you so much.
Stand for us.
Next speaker, Josh Dinkle. Josh?
Hello. I have a different perspective than most on this. I work for a fire department here in Southern California. We have a population of 200,000 people in the city I run on. As of right now, the majority of the people we're running on are the vaccinated. It's not the unvaccinated. 8 out of the 10 personnel at my department who's had COVID in the last 2 months have all been vaccinated. There's 0 long-term health studies. The pharmaceutical companies are not held liable for what they're doing right now. And if it's so safe and effective, why is the White House staff, CDC, FDA, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson all exempt from taking the vaccine? Kids have a right to free education paid for by our tax dollars, and education is not online. I suppose the mandate, because what the government, businesses, and school boards are doing is discrimination and segregation. You cannot take our rights as parents to choose to vaccinate our kids. All this mandate does is remove our children's rights to free and appropriate.
Our next speaker is, and I would like to remind the audience, I appreciate your enthusiasm. Sticking the hands, we'll move along quickly. Dottie, please come forward.
Good evening, board, and thank you very much. I've been a nurse for 15 years at the bedside, and I'm a mom of 3 kids, and we all share a very, very important responsibility. Just like everybody here is as the gatekeeper. We're here to be the first line of defense for our kids, and we have entrusted you to be the second line of defense for our kids. One person has mandated this vaccine. It once is FDA approved, and yet we have a very huge issue with what actually is this vaccine, and is it safe, and is it effective? And it's very, very clear that we have some major things that we need to be aware of before we can allow, as the gatekeepers, our kids to have this as well. And the FDA approval for our kids is also a huge, oh, I'm sorry. Okay. 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 Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Bonkowski.
Hi, I have a 7th grader in this district. Our children have a God-given immunity to this virus, which is why it is not impacting a majority of children across the globe. I implore you to listen to your God-given conscience and do not pass this resolution. If it passes, my child will be one of many pulled from this school district. Thank you for your time.
Laura Ferguson. Laura Ferguson. We'll move on to the next group of 10. And I'll ask those folks to line up in the middle aisle. Casey Krantz, Carrie, Sarah Pitar, Christy Collins, Natalie Carpenter, Sandra Kay, Sharon Mata, Megan Root, Renee T, and M. Priest. Casey Krantz, please come forward.
Good evening. I am the proud mama of a 9-year-old that attends Truman Benedict and a 4.5-year-old that will hopefully have the opportunity to attend Truman next year. I'm here tonight to ask you to vote against the vaccine mandate that will affect our children. The COVID injections do not prevent infection or stop transmission. The CDC has admitted that vaccinated persons can contract and transmit COVID-19 and might even possess higher viral loads than the unvaccinated. According to the CDC, children have a 0.0007% fatality rate from COVID. According to the CDC VAERS database, more than 17,000 people have died from taking these vaccines. Where there is a risk, there must be a choice. Our family values our health, informed consent, sovereignty over our bodies, and the ability to make our own healthcare choices void of government interference. We believe that every human being has the right to make their own health decisions without coercion or force.
Our next speaker is Carrie.
I think that might be me. Sorry, my husband's might be a little loud.
Carrie, please come forward.
I vehemently oppose the mandate of this egregiously understudied COVID-19 inoculation on our children. The most basic of common sense is enough to explain the reasons why. 1, our children's health is at negligible risk when met by the C-19 virus. 2, countless of our children have already acquired and recovered from the virus since February of 2020, if not earlier. And number 3, because they've had C-19, they have already built immunity. T cells and B cells are the leukocyte, which create a lasting immune defense. They are stronger immune defenses than antibodies. Numerous adults likewise have had this and built immunity. 4, the vax has only been studied on children since mid-May 2021. That's merely 5 months. Vaccines on current vax schedule for our school children, as I'm sure you are all well aware, have been studied for years before they're deemed safe to give to our children.
Our next speaker is Sarah Patar. Sarah, please come forward.
Good evening. I'm a mother of 4, and I stand strongly opposed to our governor's mandate to vaccinate all children. The mama bears in California have been poked, and we will not stop until our roar is heard. I emailed all of you this past week questioning why parents are being ousted from school campuses. Our schools are not prisons, but you are treating them as such. My 2nd grader will be singing for the school next Friday, and I have been invited to stand behind the bars of the fence to watch him. How is it that we have lost all common sense in the name of a virus that children have 0% chance of dying from? My children and I all got COVID last November. How is it that my 12-year-old son come January or July would be kicked out of school for having natural immunity when his best friend who is vaccinated would be allowed to attend? We are watching discrimination unfold in front of our eyes, and I beg you to stop it in its track. I implore you to do everything in your elected power to fight our elitist governor, our continuous state of emergency, and this overreaching mandate that strips our kids of their American right to a public education.
Our next speaker is Christy Collins. Christy Collins.
Hi, my name is Christy Collins, and I have 4 children currently enrolled in our school district. I have been happily enrolled in this Capo Unified School District since 2007 when my first child began, with the exception of 1 year last year when I pulled all of them out of the district because I could not support the terms they were being taught under. I feel like I am being forced to have that same position again. I do not support this vaccination for a multitude of reasons. Of course, I support vaccinations because for them to have been in the district this entire time, they have all of them. Those were made to eradicate all of the viruses, and it did its job. This vaccine is not made to do that. It is ever changing. Now we see boosters coming into play. There is 0 phase 3 data. There is no long-term effects or studies. I am not comfortable giving that to my children. I ask that you please reject this mandate immediately, or I will have to remove my children again from the district. Thank you.
Natalie Carpenter. Natalie, please come forward.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie. I just want to list a few scientific facts here. We all know that children do not need the COVID vaccine. It is not even ethical to actually test this vaccine on our children right now because we don't have enough data at this point in time. This is very different from other vaccines because we vaccinate diseases that harm our children, like polio and the measles. Children are not harmed at all by COVID. The survival rate that we've heard a million times is 99.99996%. Children are more likely to die in a car accident on the way to school than from this disease. Vaccines are not preventing infection or transmission of COVID. Even prior to vaccines, schools were not a significant source of viral spread because kids have strong immunity. It's most likely that half of our children have already been infected and have wonderful natural immunity, which is more effective and longer lasting than vaccine immunity. I ask that parents have the right to choose what's right for their children. We have the right to choose what's right for us, and we do.
Sandra Kay. Sandra Kay, please come forward.
Good evening. I'm a single mother of a high schooler. I had COVID this year and my son was exposed to it. And actually the entire time we had no choice. So he didn't get it. Maybe he's asymptomatic. And prior to this virus, my son was an A student. A or B maybe. Last year, his grades were really bad. They were horrible because of the online schooling. He struggled. He became very anxious. He started having tummy issues. My son needs to be on campus learning, and that's a fact. And he's again getting good grades and being back on campus. And I work really hard to provide for him and me, and I pay taxes that fund the school. And I will not vaccinate my son because of the many reasons that many of which you already heard from the other parents. So I don't have to repeat myself here, but they do include my religious reasons, my common sense, my personal reasons. And I do not trust government or the big pharma at all. And I hope you do not either. And I don't want them to make those rash decisions for us. So if you do allow this mandate to continue, I won't be able to work. And I hope.
Our next speaker is Sharon Mata.
Hi, my name is Sharon. I've been an employee of the district for 12 years. I have also had COVID. I had it pretty severely for 10 days within the school year, and I refused to get the vaccine. I have 2 children that have graduated from CapoUSD, and I thank God daily that they are done. I work as a paraeducator with children with various disabilities. I'm speaking on behalf of these children as well as my friends and fellow coworkers who stand to lose their jobs if this mandate goes into effect. Vaccines do not keep you from getting COVID, spreading COVID, or dying from COVID. Why are we afraid of the unvaccinated? I understand that children need to be vaccinated to attend school, but these vaccines have seen years and years of clinical trials. This vaccine is an emergency basis, and God forbid that these children will get adverse effects or potentially die from this. I've worked through the entire COVID shutdown, and I've seen what it does to our special needs children. The classroom is the most important part of these children's lives and their social, mental, and emotional well-being. If this mandate goes into effect, I know
Our next speaker is Megan Yu. Is it Megan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. Hello, and thank you for letting me speak to you tonight. My name is Megan, and I'm a teacher within the district. I am coming to you to plead that you reject these mandates and do whatever you need to do to preserve the freedom of choice for your teachers, your staff, your students to make their own medical decisions. Threatening someone's job or students' ability to learn because they either refuse to get the shot or fail to disclose their medical status is not the way to handle this. While this mandate has a huge impact on me, since my job is a stable income for my family, all I can think about is what this will do to my students. This is the 3rd abnormal year for them. My 8th graders have never seen a normal middle school year. If you fire teachers for refusing to disclose or declining an experimental vaccine that has no long-term safety data, that you will greatly impact our kids. You'll be taking away their educators that know them, that have put the time into building trusting relationships. The student advisor said tonight how much kids rely on their schools for food, but it's also a safe haven and their second home. That's in part because of the relationships with teachers and staff they made. Don't take this away from them. These teachers are qualified to teach the curriculum.
The next speaker is Renee.
Hi, my name is Renee, and I'm a grandma and a mother. 5 of you voted for the vaccine sites and 2 of you against it. The ones that voted ought to be ashamed of yourselves. The ones that voted against it, thank you very much. You know, you guys, I'm here to tell you guys that us parents, grandparents, friends, everybody here, if you guys don't vote against this mandate, you work for us. We will vote you guys out. That is a promise. And we will be here and we will stay here until you guys are all voted out. Do you know more children die of suicide right now than of the vaccine, than of COVID. Children don't die of COVID, you guys. My grandson's mother got the shot because she's a nurse. And you know what? She can't have children now. This is a fact. This is a fact. This is what this vaccine is doing for people. And last thing, I've been watching you guys the whole time, and some of you guys have not even been paying attention to these speakers. And you know what? That's
Our next speaker is M. Priest.
Hi, I opposed forced vaccinations on my children for a disease that does not threaten their health. We must not sacrifice our children for adults. If this mandate goes through, I will pull my kids out of school.
I'd like to call the next 10 speakers to line up in the center aisle. Lori Malott, Chris Yu, Mike McDermott, Kay Gerhardt, Emily J, Gina Duncan, Frank, Tara C, Mrs. V, Victoria, and Carol W. Lori, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Lori, and I represent my 20 nieces and nephews with 10 in CapoUSD and many other friends. On average, 4,500 drugs and devices get pulled from the shelves every year, 4,500. I've worked on clinical trials for over 20 years. That's my career. That's what I do every day while my kids and my nieces and nephews are at school. It takes 5 to 10 years to get a vaccine to market with documented risks with every single one, only if they're reported. The problem with the COVID vaccine isn't achieving FDA approval. It's government force once it's achieved. The government doesn't know our medical history to choose for us, let alone a vaccine seeking approval in record time. We need long-term.
Speaker is Chris. Chris, please go ahead. Chris Yu.
I don't think they're here.
Okay, Mike McDermott.
That's me.
Chris, I think Chris is.
Are you here? Oh,
Chris
please
Yu.
come up.
Chris, go ahead.
I do not like mean regs and sham. I do not like forced injections on my fam. A vaccine mandate is a farce and a scam. Government overreach protesting is what I am. I don't volunteer for government exams, and I tend to avoid big pharma test programs. I am being told my child must submit, and if I disagree, I'm a dimwit. But why are you calling me quick to call me names? Label me anti-vaxxer, delete my claims. Why are you bullying me and my child? Mandate gang up like dogs in the wild. I am not a terrorist, dumb or fearful. On the contrary, I have a heart and I'm very tearful. I don't like COVID and how it infects, but I'm cautious of long-term unknown side effects. I don't blindly trust big pharma and the government, and I definitely won't submit my child to this mRNA experiment. ESSER funds are just part of the agenda. Us moms and dads won't put up with this propaganda. Please don't make this about Republicans or Christians. For me, it's about asking questions over blindly following politicians and freedom of choice, you see. I do not like mean regs and sham. I do not like forced injections on my family.
Mike McDermott, go ahead.
Yep. I live in Laguna Niguel. I got 2 small kids, first grader here in the district. And I'm here on behalf of my family and all the families in my neighborhood to speak about our deep concern over this vaccine mandate and the continued masking of our children in our schools. You know, I'm pro-vaccine. My wife's pro-vaccine. We're both vaccinated. But I'm not in favor of forcing our kids and my neighbor's kids to get a vaccine just so they can receive a public education. I'm also, this risk, I'm very concerned about the risk versus reward, and that we're essentially holding our children education hostage to meet some government mandate that does not continue their education. As a taxpayer, as a voter, and most importantly, as a parent, I'm asking you to fight this mandate with all of your power as elected officials. The resolution you put up here does not cut it. It's not good enough. If you will not fight this, parents like myself, all the parents here, all parents of the district.
Our next speaker is Kay Gerhard. Kay Gerhard, please come forward.
Good evening. I'm Kimberly Gerhart. Clearly, I'm a healthcare worker who was forced to get the vaccine. I will not allow my children to get this vaccine. I oppose strongly the vaccine for my children. I want my rights for my children, my choice to choose any of their medical procedures. As per the Constitution of the United States, we have the right of freedom of choice. We will choose to pull our 3 children out of the Capo school if it becomes mandated. Thank you.
Next up is Emily J. Emily J, please come forward.
Good evening. I'm Emily. I have 2 children in the district. I understand that the position that you're in cannot be an easy one, but with great power comes great responsibility. And we heard one of you say earlier that your hands are essentially tied. You may not like the required response to this mandate, and we may not like your answers, but that you are required to give them. Your apathy is a choice. And I'm here to tell you that as parents, as many rallies as it takes, as many sit-outs as it takes, pulling our children out of the district, we will do that because we say no. We will not allow our children to be subject to a state mandate of medical experimentation. And if you don't have the courage to stand with your convictions, then why are you on this board? Please stand with us and stand with the children that you say you represent. Thank you.
Next speaker, Gina Duncan. Gina.
I'm a mother of 2 sons. Forcing and mandating children to put poison in my sons in order to stay in school that they love and do not want to leave is a definition of tyranny, period. The last time I checked, we still live in a free country. I'm not against vaccines that work. When I read a study that 70% of fully vaccinated people died just recently in Israel, the vaccines for kids on the mass and stas are just as useless as the unelected bureaucrats behind them like to claim. It tells me that this is about something else and not freedom. Maybe we all need to take a pause until we get a little more clarity about what is this really about. United we stand and divided we fall. Choose. The governor is one person, and it's on you tonight to lift the mandate and end this county emergency. You can either be heroes or we can stand here all night and pull all of our kids. Thank you.
Next up is Frank. Frank, please come forward.
Excuse me, just reminding people, we can't hear your names when you're clapping. So, you know, and I want to know who the people are that are talking. So please go with this. Thank you.
Thank you for having us tonight. Appreciate that. I'm not going to come up here and talk about statistics because we all know what the statistics are. We all know that our kids are not going to be affected by the COVID virus, that they're not going to be killed by the COVID virus. My wife is sitting back there crying. Why is she crying? Why are you trying to destroy these moms, Governor Newsom? It makes no sense whatsoever because you want to force us to get a jab. You want to force us to put a shot in someone. I don't even give my kid a freaking second candy bar, for crying out loud, or an extra Coke on Halloween. What makes you think I'm going to stick a jab in his arm of something that has not been proven to work? They drove us crazy by taking away our toilet paper and making us wash our freaking groceries. I mean, are you trying to drive the whole nation crazy? What is wrong with everybody right now? Use your common sense. If you see crap on the ground, you don't pick it up, smell it, and mush it around. You just know it's crap. And this is total crap. So you guys need to defend us. Stop touching the thing, dude. You're not getting cold enough.
I didn't get your, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name because people were clapping. What's your name?
Mine?
My name is Frank Terrell, and I've lived here since I was 7 years old.
Okay.
Tara, please go ahead.
Hi, guys. My name is Tara. I'm a mama of two boys at Truman and BAMS. I know in each of your heart of hearts, I have faith and I have hope that you see this and you hear this, you feel this. I know I can see it or I can hear it in the passion and in your voices when you talk about our kids in your district. I know you all share with me that this forceful mandate is absolute nonsense. The mandate is not a law. It is unconstitutional and illegal, an absolute robbery of human rights. Supporting segregation and discrimination is the very thing that trended a little late last year. And why not now? How is this different? These acts and these policies are teaching our children the very unethical way of leadership that we say that we are against. I'm here to speak in support for choice, and that's it. I think that we have the right to choose for our babies, as we as parents know what is best, not the government. Statistical data proves that this illness has had no threat on our kids, less than 1%. Why are we pushing this in such a rush? It's wrong. Do what's right and stand up against this and help us fight.
The next speaker is Victoria.
Hello. What's frustrating is that the district's saying that we have nothing they can do. That's not true, because schools like Lucerne Valley Unified School District, Happy Valley School Board, Capirotis, Merced Union High School, Delhi, Max Wayne, Norwalk, La Mirada, Vasilia, and so many more have stood up and they've done it, and they're not afraid of nuisance. So look at these pictures of these children. They are not wearing masks. They're not 6 feet apart, and they're happy and they're smiling. When have you seen last time when you went to school that the child's face, the smile? They can, because they're all covered. This is not okay. My parents brought me here when I was a kid during really 90s kind of a crappy times in Russia, right? And I know, and I've seen this, I know when you can't talk, and I know this, and I'm seeing this right now. I didn't become a citizen here to go through this and not be able to have these, the rights are being pulled. This is not right.
Our next speaker, Carol W. Carol. Next, I'll go on ahead. If Carol's making her way up, I'm going to call the next 10 people to stand, line up in the center aisle. Roxanne, Marcel, Mary, Melissa, Robin, Teresa, Chris, Brett, Lisa, very concerned parent. Roxanne, please come forward.
I'm Roxanne, obviously. I have a 5-year-old son who started kinder this year, and I do oppose the vaccine. I think that this is not enough. I think that we need to send something to Gavin Newsom that says we will not comply, and no matter what you do. And I think that everybody here needs to stand up. My kid was wearing diapers 2 years ago. He cannot read. And I cannot make a decision for him that might affect his entire life. And it might not, but it might. And because of that, we cannot force something on a child that we do not know long-term effects. I was a science major and I'm in the dental field, and a couple of drugs, tetracycline, had long-term effects. Phthalimide had several birth defects, was not taken off the market for 5 years. We cannot do this to our kids.
Marcel. Shiro, Marcel Shiro. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Okay, we'll go on to the next speaker, Mary Heron. Mary. Melissa Hayes.
Thank you so much for letting us speak tonight. First of all, I want to say thank you, momsontheground-ca.com. 22,000 people in just 2 weeks. Hundreds of thousands of students were left home. Do you know why? Because even though the FDA granted emergency authorization for 3 COVID-19 vaccines, they are not FDA approved to treat, cure, or prevent any disease at this time. Clinical trials will continue for at least 2 years before the FDA can even consider approval of these vaccines as effective and safe. Why are we listening to Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi, who don't wear masks when they're off camera, who go to the salons that are closed for us, who send their kids to private schools, who don't inject their own children? Why are we listening to them? It's time we sue. We will take our kids out. We will continue to sit out, and we have loud voices and lots of followers who don't even know us yet. So you need to start listening to your constituents, because we are the reason you're here. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Robin.
Good evening. My name is Robin Torero, and I just want to look at each one of you in the eye and ask you, are you okay with segregation at its finest? Because that's what this is. I have a 16-year-old son, a 13-year-old son, and a 3-year-old son. And the life that my 3-year-old is living in comparison to his older brothers when it comes to school is night and day. Our son goes to preschool with a mask off. He is one of 2 in his class that will not wear a mask. I have told them, should you force that upon him, we will pull him. There are thousands of parents out here who are ready to pull them. Do you want this blood on your hands? Like everyone has said, this isn't a cure. This vaccine's not a cure. I don't have enough fingers to count how many I know who have either had blood clots, have lost lives. It just doesn't make sense. Do the right thing. You're the board of trustees. Do your job.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Teresa. Teresa, please come forward.
I have 3 kids at CapoUSD right now. None of us here volunteered our children for a clinical trial. No one. I'm going to list the studies that have not been done. Carcinogenics have not been studied. Toxicity has not been studied. Autoimmune defects has not been studied. There's no long-term clinical data. Why are we going to put a drug into our kids when there's no long-term clinical data? This is unconstitutional and reminiscent of Nazi Germany when they used its citizens as test subjects for many harmful drugs. This is not a Republican or Democrat or vax or anti-vax things. This is about the long-term health and safety of the children of America. Do not accept blood money from the Governor Newsom for this state to mandate this heinous mandate. The government wants to play Russian roulette with our children. Do the right thing and take a stand for our children.
Next speaker, Chris Jones.
Good evening. Thanks for having me here. Just make it really quick. If this goes through, I'm going to lose my wife as one of your teachers for the last 20 years for the school district, as well as my 2 daughters that go also to high school and junior high. If this mandate is to protect our children, then why are we not starting with the mental health and suicide, as it has killed 3 times more kids in 2020 than COVID? Those that had the vaccine had their choice, and I demand that as a father, I have that choice with my own child. I pray that this board will do the right thing, because as you can tell, we're here and I'm Papa Bear and we're ready to fight. One more thing before I go. Why do the protected need to be protected from the unprotected by forcing the unprotected to use the protection that didn't protect the protected in the first place? Think about that for a minute.
Our next speaker is Brett Stahl. Brett Stahl, please come forward.
Thank you very much. 18 years ago, I enlisted into the United States Marine Corps. It was a very proud day for me. And at that time, I took an oath. I took an oath to swear to defend the Constitution of the United States from all enemies, both foreign and domestic. Fast forward to today, I never thought I would be here. I never thought I would be here standing up in front of you today. I'm here as a concerned father and now as a veteran. I'm seeing our liberties being stripped from us, as well as our freedoms, the same freedoms I swore an oath to protect 36 years ago. Have we strayed that far? I'm asking all of you to stand up for freedom and to say no to these vaccines for our children.
Our next speaker, Lisa H. Lisa H., are you with us in the room? Up next, very concerned parent.
Our kids are more than numbers, but I want to talk numbers again. 0.0007% is the current risk of fatality for children under 18 per the CDC website. Also per the CDC website, they have a review of the VAERS reporting system. In the time period of December 2020 to July 2021, there were some 8.9 million 12 to 17-year-olds that were vaccinated. After that, in that same time period, there was a related 9,246 processed reports of adverse events. That comes to be 0.1% of those vaccinated in that time period. So that means that your risk of an adverse event, at least it showed for 12 to 17-year-olds in a very small time period, was 143 times greater. Your risk of an adverse event as a 12 to 17-year-old was 143 times greater than your risk of dying of COVID as a 12 to 17-year-old.
Speaker, and I'm going to call three names to line up in the aisle, and then we'll go to pulling folks who may still be outside. So our next three speakers, please come forward. James Paul, Cheryl Frank, and Gino Davis. James Paul, go ahead.
Good evening, trustees. My name is James Paul. I'm here with an extremely heavy heart. I am a father of 4 children attending school here. My wife was a public educator for 7 years. She taught elementary school before we had kids. She's currently the PTA president at Castile Elementary. I'm here tonight to represent the following 23 families with 74 kids who are opposed to the COVID vaccine mandate and are committed to removing their children from the public education system. Before I say their names, I want you to know that we believe in you. We believe in public education. These are the Pauls, the Mosleys, the Sunbergs, the Cedars, the Lees, the Hallstroms, the Merrills, the Wilcox, Robinsons, Hollands, Sagoons, Robersons, Nelsons, Elsby's, Booners, Browns, Burrises, Davises, Holidays, Schultz, McDonald's, Missiegos, and Spitzes.
Our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Frink. I want to let you know that you have a lot more power than you think. First of all, mandates are not laws. They didn't go through the lawmaking process, so therefore they do not count. Governor Newsom's own quote, "I cannot mandate anything, I can only influence." You do not have to follow his lead. Our Constitution allows no one other than a doctor to be involved in medicine. We are not medicine professionals. Governor Newsom is not a medical professional. None of you are medical professionals. This cannot stand. You do have the power to fight this. I recommend that you go online and look at theflemingmethod.com. You will find so much information there, how you can go about fighting this in a very legal and efficacy way. These vaccines have shown no efficacy. The actual amount of, well, you'll know. Go online.
Thank you. Gino Davis, please come forward.
Hello, good evening. God bless. I'd like to bring up litigation that was brought to members of the school board that was successful in removing the mandates for masks in other states and the mandates for vaccinations. There's mRNA in all of these shots. Our state constitution protects us and enshrines our right to education for our kids. You're getting in the way of that when you're forcing medical devices on our faces and injections that are not indeed vaccines. They're shots full of poison, okay? Do you know people that have died from vaccines? Because I do. I have family members that have died, been injured. I know people with family members that have died from it, okay? This is real stuff. Look up the VAERS reporting. There's at least 12,000 individuals, Americans, that have died from vaccines. Numbers are probably much higher than that. There's whistleblowers on this. Read Bobby Kennedy Jr. Yeah, Bobby Kennedy Jr., his dad was assassinated, okay? We're on the right side of history here. Look it up, okay? I'm sorry, I'm flustered here, but
Thank you. We'd like to draw your attention to bring in folks from outside. So I'm going to call the next 10 names of the people who are registered while they were outside of the building. Chelsea Edwards, Sarah May, Jennifer Loya, Lenora Haldeman, Molly Garibaldi, Andrea Durpesh, Lauren M., Chris Kelps, Jean W., and Jackie Johnson. Chelsea Edwards, please come forward. Chelsea, are you with us? Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker, Sarah May.
I'm Sarah May, and I have 2 young kids at Concordia Elementary School. I homeschooled them last year, actually because I thought this was going to happen last year. So I will absolutely pull them from the district if this vaccine mandate goes through. You have a great opportunity here to stand up for what's right, to stand up for the people who pay your salary, to stand up for all of your rights over your child or your grandchildren or the people that you are serving. You are serving us. We pay your salaries. You have to just say no. Just say no. You do not have to enforce this. You can say no. Rosa Parks said no, and everything else is history.
Next speaker is Sarah May. Sarah? I'm so sorry, Sarah. Thank you. Jennifer Loya. Thank you. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Hi, good evening. So I'm actually here with a question because I keep seeing the dates for January or July of next year, but those dates coincide with emergency use authorization approval. The Governor Newsom was very specific, full FDA approval. There is no FDA approved COVID vaccine available in the United States. On August 23rd, FDA issued 2 letters, one extending the UEA for Pfizer and one giving a biological licensing agreement to BioNTech's Comirnaty. It is not available for distribution. The 2 are legally distinct and cannot be interchanged. One has no liability, the other is liable. It's very simple. Just say no. We don't agree. All of us here will pull our children. It's not safe. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Allen. Am I pronouncing that name incorrectly? Lenora, please tell me your name when you come forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leona Hallinan. I have a 9-year-old son who is a 4th grader at Bathgate Elementary in Mission Viejo. Public speaking is pretty much my worst nightmare, but I'm tired of being silent while waiting for people to do the right thing. This is my son. I want you all to look at him. This is my son, and as his parent, this is my choice. You can't take that away from me. You can't take it away from any parent in this room or online or in this district. According to your code of ethics, your first commitment is to the well-being of our youth. Your primary responsibility is every student in the district. I'm asking you to fight for us, to be brave, and to do what you know is right. This is a gross overreach by the government. It's forced compliance, and if you don't reject this mandate, I will pull my son from the district.
Our next speaker, Molly Garibaldi.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. As a former student in this district, then a CUSD teacher and now parent, I know from 41 years of experience how hard CUSD works to rise above the California average and provide an exceptional education. I'm here to ask you once again to rise above. I don't need to recite for you the long list of challenges our California schools are facing right now, but we should be doing everything possible to regain what has been lost and produce an educational experience for our California families that will entice them to stay and make them glad they did. The California Department of Education data shows more than 160,000 students left the public schools at the start of the 2020-2021 school year, and even more have pulled out this year. If this mandate is enforced, there'll be a mass exodus of students like California public schools have never been seen. I am so grateful to Trustee Jones and Trustee McNicholas for having the courage to bring this resolution forward to request that Governor Newsom reconsider or rescind his tyrannical mandate. But I need you to urge that he will not just rescind it, but we will not comply. Please join other courageous school districts and not comply to this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea Burpesh.
My name's actually Heather. I switched my spot with Andrea. I'm Heather with Moms on the Ground. You may have heard our name a couple of times. We were here 2 weeks ago with actually over 1,000 parents. And in those 2 weeks, we have grown over 22,000 parents strong. We are a voice that you will hear. I know that you noticed the numbers that were missing on Monday, and we didn't plan that. We just jumped on board, but just consider those, the voices of the parents and how they feel about the situation. We are absolutely not okay with it. These are our babies we're talking about here. And not only are the mama bears and us coming out, but so are the daddy bears and the neighbors, and everyone is feeling just really strong about this. So we need you to do the right thing. We need you to stand up on our behalf. We need you to hear our voice because our voices are uniting, and we need to be heard. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Lauren M. Lauren M. If you're not in the room, we'll move to the next speaker, Chris Clapes.
Hi, good evening. Yes, I'm Chris Clapes. I have 3 kids in your schools, 3 different schools, so I feel like a taxi driver most of the time. It may be a blessing for me to pull my kids from these schools because of all the driving I'm doing getting to these schools. I will not ask for a waiver. I will not ask for an exemption. I don't think that by principle, I don't think I should be asking for that. And I just want to do some quick math. Based on your COVID dashboard as of yesterday, we have 54 schools in the Capo Unified School District. You've got over 45,000 students that attend these schools, and 60 of them are COVID positive. That's just infections. That's not hospitalizations. That's not deaths. That's 0.13% infection rate. We have a non-problem here. So this is very weak. You can go ahead and approve this, that's fine, but that's not enough. You should just move right past that. I want to know what you're going to do. I want to know what you are going to do. I've heard you a couple times say, you do have a choice, say no.
Jean W., please come forward. Jean.
It seems like you've got a winning issue out here, right? We're very passionate. And I look at you, and you must have children, or maybe you don't, I can only assume, but if you have kids, I mean, wouldn't you want to do the best for your child? Would you give your child something that you were questioning? I mean, these are what these parents are saying, and I was coming and I was going to stand up, but I out of all the passion here, I hope you don't feel, well, you might feel, I hope you don't feel like you're being blamed. But if you want to be on the right side with all of us, is you'll do this, but you'll go beyond, like other parents have said. You'll refuse this overreach by Governor Newsom. Parents have the right to their children's health, period.
Next up, Jackie Johnson.
Hi
guys. I really didn't plan anything. I just want to let you know that my parents were born and they went to this district. They're in this district. I did also. I have 4 daughters along with a stepdaughter that I hope to send to this district. However, I'm also a firefighter paramedic in this county. My husband is a deputy. I saw firsthand pregnant. I worked pregnant. My youngest is 3 months old. I worked pregnant during COVID, during the scary times. Not scared at all. But what I did see, which is so sad, I cut an 8-year-old girl down from a tree, suicides, so many kids, absolutely awful. And I also saw what the vaccine did to people, not reading this, not reading stories, not hearsay, what I physically saw, how these people were affected a day after, 2 days after, a week after that second dose. That scares me. We don't have enough tests on the kids. What really scares me, my oldest daughter goes to RHANA. She's wearing a mask to learn Spanish. She comes home crying, hating it. Imagine what it feels like. My daughter, I've cut.
And thank you. Our next speaker is Mrs. A. So I'm gonna ask to call people from outside. So Mrs. A, Mark Ravetta, Shanae Sherman, Rochelle Ravetta, Aaron Blumdahl, Tina Freeman, John Galt, Lori McClinley, Kevin McClaskey, and Laura Williams. Mrs. A, please come forward. Mrs. A. Mrs. A, we'll move on. Mark Ravetta. Mark. Shanae Sherman.
Good evening. My name is Miss Sherman. That's what my students call me. I work at Moulton Elementary as a special ed paraeducator. I have 2 brothers who attend middle school in this district, and I've been in this district since 4 years old. I'm standing here on behalf of myself, my family, and my students. I propose that you take a second look at the science and rethink your decision to follow along with the governor. Stand for freedom or stand down and let someone else who knows what's right take charge. Not only will you lose your students, but you will lose loved teachers who have worked harder than ever the past 19 months to give their students what they deserve. Don't take the right to teach and the right to receive an education away from us. Thank you.
Rochelle. Rochelle Ravetta. Moving on, Aaron Blumdahl.
Good evening. I really wasn't expecting to speak, but I just want to say, you guys know this is wrong. We live in a free country. We have children. I'm not going to tell you what to do to your children. Gavin Newsom, of all people, is not going to tell me what to do with my child. He's a hypocrite, eating at the French Laundry while we're stuck at home. It's not right. You know it's not right. We elected you to protect our children. I want you all, Amy, Lisa, Martha, Kanane, Gila, Krista, Judy, Kirsten, Colleen, do the right thing. It's not hard. Your hands aren't tied. This is what we elected you to do. Stand up for us. Stand up for those who can't speak for themselves, our kids, or we will take them out. Bottom line.
Our next speaker is Tina Freeman. Tina, are you with us? Tina Freeman. John Galt. I would assume John is not here this evening. Lori McClaskey.
Hi, good evening. I'm an attorney who never planned on practicing law after starting to raise my 3 girls, and I got my law license active for this purpose. I pulled my kids before from Capistrano Unified and re-entered them again at high school, but me, like everyone else, would in a heartbeat pull my children. I appreciate your resolution and Lisa Davis's motion to make amendments, actually, but I would I would say, number one, add your statistic for CUSD. The transmission rate used to be like next to zero. And then at the bottom where it says be resolved, we urge the governor to reconsider. It should be and rescind the vaccine mandate, because that's what's in your cover sheet, should be and. But I think that if any district is going against it completely, then we can do it too. And that's what I would urge you to do. Thank you.
Kelvin McClaskey.
All right, thank you very much. Pleasure to be inside. It's warmer in here. And I just want to, appreciate you guys for making your proposal. I think it needs to be more aggressive. But I appreciate that. I think it's a start. I think you're starting to be awakened to the situation that we're dealing with here in our world. I have a political science major, history major, and I never thought I'd have to be living history, right, with my kids. And I feel like at such a time as this, I feel like night 1775 when the Stamp Act was passed, and it's a time to stand up. It's a time to understand what your rights are as a human, what your rights are as an American citizen, what differentiates, the people here need to understand the truth. There's a lot of uneducated people in this school district that don't understand just because of their backgrounds. In 1936, you'd be wearing this as a Jew.
Our next speaker is Laura Williams.
Hi, my name is Laura Williams. Thank you so much for hearing our thoughts tonight. I'm the mother of a high school student in your district. I share custody of my son with his father, and his father will not allow me to take him out of this district if this mandate goes forward. He will also not allow me to homeschool him. The court system is slow. So that means if this experimental vaccine is forced into my son's body and he suffers a significant side effect, illness, or disability, I will be going after the district legally with everything I have, which is substantial. And do you think, what other choice would I have? It's exactly what you would do if somebody forced medication into your child and it harmed them. Do you think I'm alone in this response? I'm not. This is a very wealthy county. I was a children's social worker for 20 years. I took on a lot of responsibility, personal responsibility. Be brave. Take the responsibility on of preserving our choice and protecting our children. Thank you.
I'd like to call the next 10 speakers: Monica Trudeau, Laura Wilson, Kevin Klein, Courtney, Aaron Potter, Stacy, Becky, John, Liz A., Bart Smith, Tessa Armstrong, Ashley Sametana, and Randy S. So I called more than 10, but that is our full group for the remainder of this item. Monica, please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Monica. I am a registered nurse. I'm a mother of 2 girls, one at Vista Del Mar and one at San Juan Hills High School. I have worked as a registered nurse through the entire pandemic. I am in the public healthcare setting. I have dedicated thousands of hours in investigative research to fight for what I believe is right, and to look at what the politicians and public agencies and big pharma are presenting to us. This is propaganda in a lot of ways. We have to look at comprehensive evidence-based research. I am not going to subject my kids to an experimental vaccine. I will not ever do that until I am very confident that this vaccine is safe and effective in the long-term studies. I want to just get across that the last year and a half, I've learned to assess the actions and not the words of those elected, because it's the actions that speak and demonstrate for us, we the people. I support prophylactic treatment. I support nutrition.
Our next speaker, thank you. Thank you, Monica. Our next speaker is Laura Wilson.
I'm here to take a stand for my children and my future grandchild due in March, and many families that couldn't be here. I'm also here to support teachers and staff that have dedicated their lives to teaching and are being forced to do something they don't feel is right for them. God gave me my 5 children and now a grandchild, and I will do everything to protect them. They should not be wearing masks in class right now. They need to breathe fresh air. This is how God designed their bodies to work. Our children live their lives every day going to restaurants, churches, malls, coffee, gyms, parks, and they don't wear a mask. Why are they wearing a mask in the classroom? Why? The truth is, I don't believe you guys know why. Put an end to this and do not mandate masks. This should be a choice too. Do not mandate the shot. It should be a choice. Children have a higher chance of having a complication from the shot than a complication from getting COVID. It's a fact.
Thank you. The next speaker on my list is Kevin Klein. Is Kevin with us? Kevin Klein. We'll move on. Our next speaker, Courtney. Courtney Finch. Yeah. Fish. Thank you. Go ahead, Courtney.
Hi, my name is Courtney Finch, and I have 2 kids in the district. This is very emotional for me because there's a lot, there's so much. I stand here this evening as a concerned parent. I stand in solidarity with every single person here tonight. Parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, our allies. All the brave ones taking a stand for the ones that cannot. Taking a stand to protect the ones we love most, our children. There have been several case studies, clinical trials where there has 0 evidence of any actual health benefit for the children that have received the vaccine. If anything, we know more harmful effects have taken place. So I ask you why? Why inject something into our already healthy children, mandate something that we have 0 idea what's coming and its long-term effects? So I ask you tonight to stand with us. Stand on the side that keeps our children safe.
Sorry, thank you. Aaron Potter.
I have 2 students in Capo Unified, a junior at Aliso Niguel, and a 5th grader at Don Juan Avila Elementary. First of all, my husband's watching at home, and he said if you could make the picture bigger than the screen, he would like that better so he can see all of us. He texted me. Anyway, I'm actually here not necessarily, you guys have all heard how this vaccine is not meant for children at all. I'm actually here for parent choice. It is our choice to do what is right for our children. I am standing up here for everyone, no matter if they are for the vaccine or against the vaccine. I don't care what I do care, but I don't care what other people do with their own lives. I'm always a you do you person. If you want to wear a mask, please wear a mask. If you want a vaccine, get a vaccine. I want the choice to do what's right for my children.
Thank you. Up next, I have Stacy.
So I've sat here and listened, and I'm actually really surprised that I'm the first person that's going to talk about this. A few years ago, the state of California took the right for doctors to give medical exemptions away from them. They can now only give up to 5 a year, and even that is scary. They are watched like a hawk. I was just told last week that our family with known on the record allergic reactions to ingredients of this vaccine will not get medical exemptions. We will have to, by only choice of the doctors, get the first shot, see what happens, and then maybe they'll be able to say we shouldn't get the second shot. How would you feel knowing you might have to put your child in the hospital just so they can go to school? We love this school district. I have never been a fan of public school, but this school district has changed my opinion of that. and I will have absolutely no choice but to pull my child.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becky. Becky?
Good evening. I'm a mom of 2 elementary school children in the district, and I am also in opposition of the mandate. We are setting an awful precedent to let a governor, one man, determine what happens to our children and to mandate these vaccines. The FDA advisory panel hasn't even met yet for children ages 5 to 11, and yet he's already mandated this. The White House has already ordered enough vaccines for all children in America. There's tremendous, tremendous political pressure, and I believe the political science is getting way ahead of actual science. The data shows COVID-19 is not an emergency for children, and I'll just say the jury is very much still out on the safety of these vaccines. There were only 1,150 5 to 11-year-olds in the trial. That is not enough data. There are countries in Europe, whole countries, who refuse to vaccinate children for the risk of vaccination. So
Our next speaker is John Carroll.
First of all, I should have 3 minutes. And then second, this school district was one of the very first ones that was open in this area. With your leadership, you got it done. Show your leadership again and tell Warden Newsom we are not going to comply with this mandate. We can get through it. We will all back you like some other parents have said. Show some grit, show some determination. This is a start, but he is not going to do it. Bullies do not respect requests or polite asks. We need to tell him, file a lawsuit that this vaccine mandate on children is ridiculous. And I would appreciate it if you trustees would actually pay attention and listen to these concerned parents, because I will pull all 4 of my kids out of this district. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz A.
Hi, my son has a comment. Hi, my name is Caleb, and I don't want to be forced to have the vaccine, and I don't want to be experimented.
Hi, I'm a mother of 3 that attend this district. I'm here to stand up for my right to choose as a parent what goes into my children's bodies. I believe in selective medicine. I believe that the COVID shot is not a one-size-fits-all. I believe that every parent should have a choice. I've been reading, researching, and listening to important, smart people such as doctors, nurses, scientists, and even whistleblowers from the company themselves about the COVID shot. I've seen brave people speak out about adverse reactions they've experienced. Sadly, these people are being censored, including those who are simply sharing what happened to them personally, which to me is a big red flag. Why is this vital information being censored?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bart Smith. Bart, please come forward.
Caleb, thank you for coming and speaking to us tonight.
Yes, thank you, Caleb. I wasn't planning on speaking, but there's a woman out there with a megaphone that's really persuasive. So here I am. My name is Bart Smith. I have 2 kids in the district. I've also been a teacher in another district in Orange County for 27 years. And when the vaccines first came out, a colleague of mine asked me if I thought they would eventually be mandated. And I said, of course not. This is America. We don't do that here. That goes against everything that we teach our kids. And he agreed. And now here I am, and here we all are contemplating the forced injection of a known pathogen into innocent children so they can go to school. Earlier, you said that you cannot stand up to the California Department of Public Health. We're here to tell you that you can. It just takes one word, and my kids say it to me all the time, and that word is no. So let's be the district that says no. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tessa Armstrong. Tessa?
Hi, I'm Tessa Armstrong. I pulled all 4 of my kids out of the public school system in fall 2020 when I saw the way that our kids were being treated. I will likely never put my kids back in the public school system in California. After what I've witnessed the last 19 months, from being online to social distancing to taking the play structures away from kids, an obsession with avoiding germs and masking children as well as their teachers. I can go on and on about how unhealthy this is physically, but also psychologically. And now you want to force kids to get something that they don't need, or they lose their rights to an education. I am a licensed marriage and family therapist. I can assure you that your actions allowing this madness and the mandates our governor has forced on our kids have caused significant mental health issues for our youth. I have more clients with suicide ideation, depression, and anxiety that I have seen in my 12 years of being a therapist. This is child abuse.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ashley. Ashley Smamoton. Ashley, please.
Close.
Okay. Share that with us.
My name is Ashley Smatona. Thank you for this. It's just not enough. I myself attended CUSD schools from preschool all the way through high school. I only pray my 3 children could grow up having the same experiences and opportunities that I had. In March 2020, my, at the time, 5-year-old daughter developed severe anxiety that presented itself as a nervous tic, sending tremors throughout her entire body, tiny body, due to school closures. Naturally, I pulled my kids out of this district and started homeschooling last year because of the senseless rules you implemented on little children. Unfortunately, my tax dollars still go to your district, so here I stand. And you, board members, hear my words. These parents here will pull their children out of your district as well. There will be no more CUSD. You will not have your jobs. 2 years ago, during my last pregnancy, I experienced a vaccine injury myself, Bell's palsy.
The next speaker, thank you so much for coming tonight. The next speaker is Randy. Randy S. If you're with us, Randy, come forward. This concludes our group of cards. Would you prefer the preference of the board that I go back and recall the names who came up as no-shows? Who did not come forward when I call their names?
No, and we're not talking about Zoom, we're talking about people who may have been outside, because do we have anybody outside?
No, there's people outside, but there's no more registered speaker outside. They've all been called in to speak. I just wondered if there was a point of preference that you would like to recall the names of the approximately 10 speakers who didn't come forward.
I'm in favor of it.
Or I'm sure folks might want to move on and we could start our deliberations on the topic. It is 10 to 10. And we have a full agenda that this is a business meeting of the board, and I do appreciate everybody coming and speaking, but I think we get it. And I think now to deliberate, we're still probably half an hour, 40 minutes out just doing that. So I would prefer us to move on. Thank you.
I think that there's only not much likelihood that more than 1 or 2 of them are here. Maybe just really quickly recall the names. Is it possible to call the names and for us to start discussion, and then if they come in, then we can hold and listen?
I think you should just call the names, see if they're here, have them all come in right now, give it 1 minute for people to come forward. If they don't come forward, then we should move forward. Then no one can say that they couldn't speak on the topic.
Okay, Colleen, could you please read the 10 names?
Carol W., Marcel Shiro, Chelsea Edwards, Lauren M., Rochelle Rovetta, Tina Freeman, John Galt, Kevin Klein, and Randy S.
We'll give it just a minute to see if they enter.
Laura Ferguson.
With no one coming forward, I think you can begin discussion.
Okay, so it was presented and then we have some suggestions, amendments, and I think we should take it paragraph by paragraph. Do you want to leave that, trustee McNicholas, or do you want the trustee who is asking for amendment to present? How would you like to handle that?
If you don't mind, Madam President, I will call for comments or amendments at each paragraph as we go. Then parliamentarily, we would vote on the amendment first, each amendment, and then vote on the resolution as a whole.
I think that's the best way to approach this.
Okay, I do have one comment, and especially to moms on the ground and their 22,000 parents, you need to talk to Gavin Newsom. You need to go to Sacramento, you need to bombard him with your social media. That's where this is coming from. We are not making this up, it's coming from him.
We don't need another January 6th event. Sorry, we can vote tonight.
Okay, we're not engaging in a back and forth conversation. Let's move forward with the paragraph. Just starting the first one, please.
The first whereas, the Capistrano Unified School District serving over 43,000 students in Southern Orange County has been a leader in getting students back in the classroom while following all California Department of Public Health guidelines. Are there any comments or amendments to that whereas?
Don't have a comment or suggestion on number one, but at the beginning, under the resolution, to Lori's point, I'd like to add to reconsider and resend the COVID-19 vaccine rather than or.
That would be an amendment to the title.
Correct.
So,
Just get rid of reconsider and just say and resend.
no, trustee Jones and I worked on this very carefully, and this is, I believe this is what we intend.
So we need to remember that the discussion is here with the board and we can't engage the audience. So I ask that the audience please not engage.
So let's just take that as one thing that we vote up or down but let's see. So trustee Davis is going back and suggesting a change to the title, correct?
Sure. I wasn't sure if we were coming to the title at the end, but I thought before we get to one, I'd like to add and rather than or.
I don't care that much when we do it. But well, maybe let's do it at the end. Let's kind of see what we come up with and do it at the end, if you don't mind, trustee Davis.
No problem.
Okay. So the first whereas, do we have any comments or potential amendments? Okay. Go for it. Whereas number 2, California COVID base rate for the 0 to 17 age group is proportionally lower than any other under 65 age group for which no state COVID-19 vaccination mandate has been announced. And the resource there is the CDPH website. Do we have any comments or amendments proposed for that one? Okay, looks like number 2, whereas number 2. Whereas number 3. Okay, Lisa, this is probably where you wanted to insert one.
So between the second and third whereas, I'd like to add this additional whereas. Whereas COVID-19 hasn't been found to cause widespread death in children aged 17 and under, accounting for just 37 deaths out of 70,010 or 0.0005%. And that's from data from the CDPH October 13th, 2021.
It's actually the same reference as the previous CDPA, the previous whereas. So we don't even need to add, we wouldn't even need to add another footnote if the trustees want to add that whereas. You would need, if that's your motion, you would need a section to add that.
Just for clarification, it looks like it's basically saying the same thing without the statistic of the 70,000.
Right.
We're talking about the age range of 0 to 17.
Right, it's basically using numbers from the same chart, just looking at it differently.
I would certainly like to add the numbers.
Okay, although Lisa's amendment talks about the deaths, and our original one is the case rate.
So could we keep it as an additional separate whereas?
I think that's what you're asking.
You need a second.
I will second the amendment.
Okay, so at this point, we vote on the amendment before we vote on the resolution as a whole. Colleen, do you want to call roll?
Well, I'd like to just address it a little bit. Yeah. We tried pretty much to eliminate any kind of medical claims. And the case rate is, we could actually strike that paragraph because I think it does kind of get into the whole medical issue. What I think, again, I try not to speak for trustee McNicholas, but the idea was that we were trying to emphasize the impact on children of this prospective mandate. This is talking about the need for it, and we were talking about the effect on children by having them in like an independent study program or a homeschool program. So that, I understand your interest in it, but I just feel like we were going for one very specific issue, which was that many children will leave the district. We know this, we believe what people are telling us. And that there is reason to believe that, and a lot of parents have told us here tonight that they think their kids get a great education in CapoUSD Unified or in a private school or a charter school or whatever, and they want to keep that. And there was the Capo Valley paraeducator who talked about the social emotional, which I think is very, very important. So that was really where we were going with this. And so I'm really not in favor of adding the medical claim. I would rather delete the current second whereas if.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Can I just come in for a
Of
second
course.
here? I understand the intention of this resolution. The resolution is a statement of values or facts. It's not legislation, it's not a piece of legislation, and you're right, it won't do anything. But that said, the intent of this is what you've laid out, and your premise is losing children that you feel would not be served in the best interest to go to alternative educational environments. So I think the integrity of this is what it is. You've crafted it well. Do I think it will go anywhere? And do I always worry about these if they mislead individuals? The last one, folks thought it did something. But that said, what I would like to see, I would keep this and I would move this as is. But I do think you need to clarify because there's a little challenge here when I first read this, knowing that we have always had a very robust homeschool program. We have robust virtual programs that are very high quality. I had a good friend who homeschooled her daughter from K through 12. Is that my choice? No, I would not have done that, but it was fascinating and she did that. So the problem I have is, I think we need to understand what you're referring to, because if you're referring to our own alternative educational programs, you kind of just dissed everybody. So, I mean, basically you said, to leave traditional in-person K-12 schools for lower quality instructional programs. Well, our folks all the time pursue that. And then,
I mean, we're not on that.
Excuse me, yeah, can we wait? That's paragraph 4. So we're trying to handle one at a time.
okay, well, I was just kind of coming back to the main premise here.
Okay.
It stands as is, and with some clarification. All right, we can go back to that.
I would like to add, I have a comment. I understand the focus, and I think it's the strongest one to make the point in terms of what it will do to the public school system, even though we know what it will do to the health of the kids. That's the audience point here. But you're laying the groundwork. And I think that by mentioning the casework, we're not really diving into the vaccine in terms of its ingredients, this and that, but talking about the death rate, when we're talking about trying to convince the governor that the impact that we have in terms of attendance and the ability to educate students well, I think that those 2 points aren't digging deep in terms of the vaccine, but the point is that we have very few deaths, we have very few case rates. We've done very well at CapoUSD by following guidelines to keep us at those rates. And we don't want to disassemble what we've got good here at our school district by mandating something our families. So I don't have a problem. I don't think that really kind of starts to dig into the vaccine itself. It's just another factual point of we have a low case rate, we have low deaths.
And I would support adding this. My only reluctance on both of these, as Trustee Jones mentioned, it's date related. What we're linking it to is data on October 13th. And if we send this to the governor tomorrow or next week or after Thanksgiving or whatever, those numbers may change. They may go down significantly. They may go up. So that's my reluctance in adding specific date related.
I would certainly be in favor of adding the current data at that time in that since we're coming from the exact same CDPH, which is what you wanted in this resolution.
And that's true. That link is updated regularly.
Right, so that's easy.
I think the point is that the governor might not read this for a couple of months if he reads it at all, or whoever's going to read it in his office. But is there a way for us to take the date and say the rates have been below this?
Well, I guess that's
Trustee Jones?
That's why the way we stated our number 2 is would apply no matter what the specific numbers are.
Well, I guess the main problem I feel with that is the proportionately lower. I mean, proportionately lower sounds pretty insignificant, but when it's less than, one.
Well, I have a suggestion. How about if we do this? How about if we say, whereas California COVID case and death rate for the 0 to 17 age group is lower than any other age group, and then delete the rest.
Well, I still feel like we need to say that it's less than 1%. Maybe we can add that.
I don't know that the case rate is less than 1%. The death rate is.
Well, we can say the death rate is less than 1%.
Okay, I'm going to call the question and say we have a question on the floor. It was moved by Trustee Davis and seconded by President Bolikas to add the whereas COVID-19 hasn't been found to cause widespread death in children age 17 and under, accounting for just 37 deaths out of 70,010 or 0.005% per data from CDPH, which we will, Ms. Hayes, we would add that same footnote because it comes from the same data. So that is the question, and I would like to end discussion and ask for a vote. Ms. Hayes, could you call the roll?
So we're going to vote along the way, because I know you know your parliamentarians.
Yes.
So the whole feeling could change.
Yes.
As we pick it apart.
And that's kind of a problem.
Whereas
Yeah, I mean, usually we discuss everything and then we make a motion with the following amendments. I mean, I'm not comfortable with this. I need to see through the whole thing. Again, going back, I don't support this because I think it's an empty, well, when I say I don't support it, I support the original integrity and item of this. This isn't what people want. And it's a waste of time and I feel it's misleading the constituents. That said, if you want to keep going through it, but I think we need to do it in its entirety. and not piecemeal it, because now I'm losing your track here, what you guys have put forward. And I was good to go. I would have moved the original resolution.
I'm happy to share all of my suggestions in a group if you'd like.
I want to, if I was, I would make a motion to move the original resolution as written.
We already have some motion in action to address these.
My experience with resolutions at both the local and state level is you take them, whereas each paragraph, and then you can speak to the resolution at the end. And I defer to any other parliamentarian in the room.
I understand.
Well, so Amy is correct that we have in the past also done friendly amendments. We read us, 2 or 3 sentences, and at the end of the resolution, we say, okay. And the friendly amendment is, and then we read every line of that. So I don't know that we could do it either way. I think what's clean about what Trustee McNicholas is saying is that what was put up on our website was this resolution. We then subsequently got in writing some suggestions, and then we were able to post that on our district's website, but different than we normally do things. So it really is the pleasure of the board. I do think that one of the things that we may be here for a very long time if we can't sort of come to what is the conceptual value understanding. Because I do think for all 6 of you, you have very different views and feelings about individual words and individual concepts. And so I think it's really that decision you need to make is, what do you support collectively that should be in here?
Is it possible to take, or appropriate to take a vote on conceptually approving if we want to move forward with the resolution and then take it apart? Are you kind of saying that?
Well, I don't know that, I think what I'm saying is that either you support conceptually where this is headed or you don't. And I think by spending another 45 minutes, an hour, hour and a half, trying to wordsmith all of it is going to be very hard. I do think that's when I go back to Trustee McNicholas's idea of voting on then these amendments. So they're either a yay or a nay. I think trying to kind of meld everything together is just too difficult right now. And there isn't agreement on many of the concepts that you're talking about right now. There are different values about what is science, medical, whatever it may be. There are different views about whether we should be citing CDPH. I mean, you all know this. We've been through this many times, and we had a mask resolution as well. So my suggestion is that you vote on each of these amendments, decide whether you want that included or not. If there's one word you can change to agree, great. If not, then I think you then conceptually vote on what's in front of you ultimately after the amendments. But again, that's your decision.
So we are stepping through the amendments in the same order that the
Yeah, so you could start with the title. You could all vote on whether you want to add the word and or leave the word or. That's the first suggested amendment, and or. You could vote on that. Then you could vote on whether you want to add this paragraph as is on the whereas. Then you could vote on whether you want the sentence which will leave traditional in person. Then if you either add or don't, then at the end, you can read it in the whole and either vote yes, based on what's changed, or no, because there are changes you fundamentally cannot agree with. Does that make sense?
I'd just like to suggest, though, that if there's a trustee who is favorably disposed to voting for this, but can't do it unless there's, these changes. Let's talk about that. rather than sort of, piecemealing it. One of the things, I worked as a professional writer for many years. And one of the things I learned and what I teach other people is that you have to know your audience. And I am reading this with some people in Sacramento in mind, and I wrote it with them in mind, and what I thought would resonate with them, not necessarily with my next door neighbor or with a parent that I know or whatever, but what I thought would resonate with someone who was coming up with this mandate. So I feel, there are some things that I would be okay with changing, but I really feel like this is something that will speak to the governor. That, you're talking about kids possibly going to an educational program that doesn't benefit them as much socially and emotionally, and doesn't benefit them as much educationally. That is a point that people are not making to our leadership very much. And I think that's a powerful point, somewhat more than it's dangerous or we don't know what's in it or whatever. I think that the powerful point to be made to people who are putting this forward is that this is going to hurt possibly a generation of students educationally, or a portion of them. And that's what I want to say here. And some of the things that I've read here that Trustee Davis, and I respect her, and I think she has her good thoughts, but I don't feel like she's not thinking of the same person that I'm writing to. So that's all, that's my thought there.
Well, I would certainly like the opportunity to go through the suggestions that I had. And like I said, I move to approve the resolution with the friendly amendments.
Okay.
I was working on that.
Okay, so where does that put us voting wise? We have a motion.
We have a motion.
And a second to add a paragraph, but are we backing up and starting with the title again?
I'd really like to do the title at the end to see what we have, because the title is like, here's what this is. And if we've changed it, then maybe it's not that anymore. Okay. So let's talk about the title after.
So what's on the floor is a motion
to add the paragraph
and a second to add that paragraph.
So I'd like to come back to calling that question. Having a vote on that.
I'll call the roll. Trustee Hanachek.
I abstain.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
I'm at the end.
I'm going down the road.
Aye.
Student Advisor Padia.
I abstain.
Trustee Jones.
No.
Trustee Castellanos.
Abstain.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Motion dies.
Okay, so we won't be adding that paragraph. Let's go on to the next.
And the fourth, whereas, while we respect, whereas some parents, including COVID-19 vaccinated, pro-vaccine parents, are very uncomfortable with subjecting their young children to a vaccination for which there is no longitudinal data. Are there any comments or amendments on that? Okay, we're okay. Now that was three.
We're on number three.
We added one, but we're on the next one. Okay. I know. Amy, we're going on to number 4 now. Okay.
So I'm not sure, maybe at your discretion, possibly we could add at CUSD's COVID-19 transmission statistics, we've had 0 transmissions on CUSD campuses. Gila, do you think that would speak to the people you're looking to speak to?
Again, I don't think so. I think that there is a point here to be made, which is that this affects kids educationally
and socially, emotionally. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
That doesn't, is there a spot that might fit?
Well, it kind of goes with the first paragraph that
That's what I
says
thought.
we've been a leader in getting students back into the classroom.
Yeah.
And I think that's sufficient. Okay. Number 4, while we respect the right of parents to choose the most suitable educational program for their children, we believe the vaccine mandate will result in large numbers of families choosing to leave the traditional in-person K-12 schools for lower quality instructional programs. I believe you have a proposed, do you have any comments on that or? Yeah, and
Trustee
then-
Hannaford, could you talk about, oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Paragraph 4 is the meat of it then, according to what trustee Jones has said. And I think saying that the vaccine mandate will result in large numbers, I think should be substantial numbers. And then we've got what trustee Davis has added in terms of taking out on the last line, line number 3, for lower quality instructional program. I think the word crippling the education program that we have currently, we need to make this language strong. This is the point. What you're going to do, you're going to dismantle our schools. That to me is, however you want to use it, but I think there's some key words that need to be strong here. And that's the point if you're going to talk to a governor in terms of the public school system. And so that would be, my thought is to reevaluate what trustee Davis has pointed out for lower quality instructional program. That's pretty weak.
I have to tell you, what we originally considered was homeschooling. I thought, no, as Amy said, there are some people that do very well successfully at homeschool. So
those are people that decided that they wanted to homeschool for educational reasons.
As opposed to
not people who, yes.
We want to talk about traditional brick and mortar in person.
Amy, but I want to give Amy a chance to speak on what she originally was bringing up before I told her she couldn't talk on this.
Okay,
now,
then
right?
she'll make her talk. And I think there should be a point of clarification. We do have transmissions on campus, so we can think about that. We also must remember that there's a huge swath of families that have left to do homeschool because they don't trust that we are following the appropriate health guidance and parameters. So we do have folks.
They may not hear.
Omniscient.
They may not be here tonight, but we do have those, yes.
They are not here tonight, but so again, when we are speaking on this item, of course, we are not representing everyone and their reasons for going. But I do think we want to, I never want to denigrate a parent's choice, and they have choices for a variety of reasons, and pre-COVID, and it will be post-COVID. Our virtual schools, our virtual learning, our homeschooling should not be left denigrated, right? The teachers and the administrators that support those programs and work in them. So that's why I have problems just reading that cold. I'm like, wow, quality of instructional programs here in CUSD. I know you're probably thinking more of the pop-ups on Facebook that you see, people like, hey, my backyard's.
Well,
gonna
again,
have a thing.
those who work in Sacramento do not know about our Capo Virtual or CalPrep. So,
But I do. And if this is gonna go, I just feel our staff.
Audience, again, this is not interactive. I'm sorry, but this is how we have our conversation in public in front of you.
And
you need to remain quiet. I'm sorry, or use your hands if you want to wave.
Thank you. So my suggestion would be, if you're going to pick apart, and I understand where you're going with this. I totally do. If you're going to pick apart, I think you should, outside of our CUSD services that we provide, however you're good at crafting it. But I'm not comfortable with a blanket statement like that coming out of this school district. I'm not comfortable with the whole thing. Again, I think it's misleading and it doesn't serve what again these folks want.
So it's lower quality outside.
Yeah, something that outside our purview, because that's not what we do and what we offer. And folks right now are in these programs. You have to remember too, there are young people that have to be in the programs. They're in home hospital stay. how is this to them, right? Like, gee, I know it's not where I want to be. So I just don't like it. I mean, I just don't want to use this moment to denigrate a whole population of individuals, past, current, and future.
To your point, I would also like to delete the for lower quality instructional programs and change it to which will leave traditional in-person K-12 schools, which could cripple our ability to function as a quality educational program.
So I'm okay with this in general, but I don't think it should be about us. I think it needs to be about maybe public education in general. Well, it's not just public, it's private too.
How about we change could cripple the ability? The ability to function. That's not about us. The ability to function.
About the ability to provide a
Perfect.
quality education program.
I like it.
Or cripple, let's see. I
Could
can
cripple
only,
the ability to provide a quality educational program.
well, it has to be cripple someone. It has to be cripple,
The
existing
ability.
educational providers.
Well, we already have, which will leave traditional in-person K-12, which could cripple the ability to provide
Providing
a
quality.
educational program.
Okay.
So the proposed wording now of the additional would be delete the for lower quality instructional programs and replace it by which could cripple the ability to provide a quality educational program.
And
will cripple,
Well, it just means crippling the ability.
which will.
No, you
Huh?
could
will
be
leave
crippling.
traditional.
It'll be crippling.
Well, could, has the potential, could,
Okay, that's the wording we have now, and that was, Lisa, that is your motion to add, to change,
yes.
whereas 4. Do we have a second?
I'm okay with it in general. I'm not okay with the exact wording we're talking about because I think it becomes unclear. But
Sheila, what do you
let me
wanna
think
change?
about it a bit.
Okay,
Maybe we can move on and I'll fiddle with it a little bit while we're talking and we could come back to that. Because I'm okay with the idea of the crippling the quality educational programs, but I just want to change the wording just a little. So how about if we move to the next one? And come back, is that all right?
great.
Okay, so we have no motion on that one yet. Okay, whereas number 5, previously numbered number 5, now it's 6, but 5. If families leave traditional K-12 or leave California due to the mandate, public and private school staff jobs will be lost. Some parents will leave the workforce to provide homeschooling. If a significant number of jobs are disrupted in this manner, it could have a negative effect on the state economy as it did during the months of distance learning. Do we have any comments or amendments to that one? Okay, I'm fine. Whereas number 6, whereas the governor and CUSD have acknowledged that the best academic and social emotional outcomes for students come from traditional in-person classroom instruction. And any comments or changes on that one? I know, Amy, this does not go to your comment about having a robust independent learning platforms and robust online programs for our kids. But I think the overall goal, as we have in the past, is to get kids back in the classroom. Yes, anyway. Okay, so no questions on whereas number 6. Okay, thank you.
At this point, I'd like to add a friendly amendment where we add, whereas California is the only state in the union to mandate this vaccine. We could say for children, despite the fact that the data indicates COVID is not a threat to school-age children. I'd like to keep it as is that way.
Okay, you would need a second to add that?
I second it. I think it's important to restate that California, we're standing out here on an island by ourselves. We're the only ones doing this. We're the only ones killing ourselves.
Well, I have
I
two-
think the governor would tell you that that's a benefit, not a
Yeah,
feature.
he-
Not when it comes to our kids competing with other kids, trying to get into colleges and all these things.
I understand, but
I have a problem with the fact that we are again quoting the data indicates COVID is not a threat to school-age children. We've already covered that up above. And California is the only state in the union to mandate this vaccine. He's very proud of that.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to tell him that.
Yeah.
So I don't support this, but we have, you made the motion, Judy made the second.
Right, so you can vote on this
So this is
amendment.
to add the whereas that what the wording is, whereas California is the only state in the union to mandate this vaccine, despite the fact that data indicates COVID is not a threat to school-age children. Could you call a roll, please?
Trustee Hanachek.
Just have to comment on that one. California also has the lowest COVID rate in the nation. And I abstain again to these changes.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
No.
Student Advisor Padilla.
I abstain.
Trustee Jones.
no.
Trustee Castellanos.
Abstain.
Trustee Villegas.
Aye.
Motion fails.
Motion fails. We do not have a majority. Okay, Hila, are you ready to go back to number 4?
I think I am. And let's just see if this works. So
Wait a minute, excuse me, before we go back up to 4, are we not gonna just continue going down?
All the whereases first and then
Oh,
resolve.
gotcha. Okay, all right, thank you.
Because some of your resolves may not support what you have in your whereas need to support your resolves.
So in the original printed, it's the 4th whereas, and I'll skip to the after the comma. We believe the vaccine mandate will result in large numbers of families choosing to leave traditional in-person K-12 schools, thereby crippling California's existing school systems.
Okay, thereby crippling California's school system?
Existing school systems.
Lisa, is that, do you agree to that, or is that maybe change, to me, it changes the meaning? But
Does change the meaning, but I'm also about working together so that some of us on the board will agree to move forward with this.
Thank
So-
you. I think that's actually a pretty powerful statement, and I appreciate you having brought that to our attention, because I think that, pointing out that this is just going to be terrible for California's school systems, which again, I think.
That might speak to your audience.
Exactly.
Okay, so how about if we say, we believe the vaccine mandate will result in substantial numbers of families choosing to leave traditional in-person K-12 schools, thereby crippling the ability to provide existing California existing school systems, a quality.
That wasn't what I said, and I'm fine with the substantially. I think that, large numbers and substantial numbers is fine. But what I said was choosing to leave traditional in-person K-12 schools, thereby crippling California's existing school systems.
Thereby crippling California's existing school system. So get rid of quality education system. That's fine. Yep, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so we're gonna change large numbers to substantial numbers and delete after the words K-12 schools and make a comma, thereby crippling California's existing school systems.
Yes.
Great. I appreciate your suggestion there. That was a very good suggestion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Lisa, a second by Judy, and a sub amendment by Hila. Okay, so we need to, do we need?
I move to change number 4. Where, no one to read it again?
I,
Okay. Whereas while we respect the right of parents to choose the substantial, suitable educational program for their children,
Oh, no, you lost something.
With the substantial, Let
substantial,
me try.
sorry,
let me try.
substantial educational program.
Now, suitable educational programs.
Oh my,
You want me
sorry,
to read
sorry, okay. Whereas while we respect the right of parents to choose the most suitable educational program for their children, we believe the vaccine mandates will result in substantial numbers of families choosing to leave traditional in-person K-12 schools, thereby crippling the California existing school systems.
California's.
Thereby crippling California's existing school systems.
Yes.
Okay. So that was a friendly amendment that you accepted, so we still have the motion and the second.
Second?
Okay,
You
now.
sure
we
you
can
want to
vote.
use the word crippling?
It's not your choice.
I recommended it. I stand by it.
Would you vote for it if we chose a different word? Okay.
I think it's pretty
You're
good.
gonna send it from us.
No, I think it's pretty good. I think it's like, hey, you know, you kind of have to take notice.
Okay. Ms. Hayes,
Can
could
I
you
call
call
the
the
question
On just that paragraph.
on this paragraph? Trustee Hannachek.
I'm gonna stick with my abstentions, abstain.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Student Advisor Padilla.
I abstain.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Abstain.
Trustee Bolus.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. I need to read the vote. The motion carries with 4 ayes, 3 abstentions, and 1 absent.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, refresh my memory on what we've passed and what we haven't passed on the whereases.
On the whereases, the first whereas, unchanged. The second whereas, unchanged. The third whereas, unchanged. Whereas number 4, while we respect the rights of parents to choose the most suitable educational program for their children, we believe the vaccine mandate will result in substantial numbers of families choosing to leave traditional in-person K-12 schools, thereby crippling California's existing school system. Whereas number 5, unchanged. Whereas number 6, unchanged. Now we move on to the results.
Okay. Therefore, be it resolved that while the Board of Trustees of Capistrano Unified School District understands and supports the goals of the governor and the CDPH to stop the spread of COVID-19, we believe that the governor's K-12 student vaccine mandate is ill-advised and in opposition to the educational and social emotional goals of the state and the district.
Okay, and I would like to, in the third line, take out and supports.
That's the second line after understands.
Yep, take out and supports. So it will read, therefore be it resolved that while the Board of Trustees of the Capistrano Unified School District understands the goals of the governor and the CDPH to stop the spread of COVID-19, we believe that the governor's K-12 student vaccine mandate is ill-advised and in opposition to the educational and social emotional goals of the state and the district.
We have a second?
Second, I don't support it.
Okay.
I don't even really understand it, but I'm going to say I understand what he wants.
Any other comments on that?
I just want to check in again. I know we have a robust crowd here, but we have about 70, 80% in the school district that do support. So if you're trying to get your message across, I just have to, I've got to do some advocacy here. So
We don't have any factual fraction numbers to.
Please.
support either. So
We're just keeping understands. I would like to rewrite it. I would like to rewrite it.
Language is, that's fine. I'm just bringing it up, but that you removed support.
But
There are
again,
plenty of
if you-
people that do support. Move on.
Okay, Amy, this is a vote of us. It's not a vote of the.
I know, but I am elected by a lot of other people.
But the case here,
Standing here.
I know.
taking the word support out, I don't think changes the whole thing. We're understanding. I don't think it lessens what we're looking to do.
Wait, excuse me, Judy, but you guys, we can clear the room if you start name calling and that kind of stuff. You're here to listen. We're trying to do our work. So please, come on. Okay, well, that doesn't mean we don't represent them.
Okay, again, I'm going to remind you that this is not interactive. And we want you here, we want you listening, we want to be transparent, but this is a meeting of business that we're going to make a decision. And we've heard you all, and now we're discussing it. So please remain quiet so that we can get through this.
I'm okay with removing supports. I mean, I don't think it's significant. But, you know, so.
I personally don't support, but I trying to look at what the overall meaning of the.
I'm kind of like
of the
6-1, half
resolution.
dozen
I
the
don't
other.
think
It's,
it changes the meeting.
yeah,
Any other?
I agree.
Matt? Okay, then we have a motion and a second to remove the word "and supports." Ms. Hayes, could you call roll?
Trustee Hanachek,
Lights still on. Abstain.
trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee McNicholas,
Aye.
student advisor Padilla,
abstain.
trustee Jones,
Aye.
trustee Castellanos,
Abstain.
trustee Williams.
Aye.
Motion carries 4 ayes, 0 noes, 1 absent, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. The second resolve, be it also resolved that we urge Governor Newsom to reconsider or rescind the vaccine mandate as a condition of in-person instruction in grades K-12. This is probably also where you want to talk about the
Correct.
and or
I'd
whatever,
rather,
because that would be reflected in the title as
Correct.
well. Is that
Correct.
agreeable to trustees if we change this part, that would be reflected in the title as well?
so remove or and change it to and, not
Okay.
and or, but just remove or and change it to and. Reconsider and rescind.
Well, but I think what trustee McNicholas just asked was if we change it here, are we okay with changing it in the title?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, works both ways. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so that is your amendment. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Do we have any other discussion?
Oh, well, no, I might as well keep going. For me, it's irresponsible. If we have additional strains coming out, you know, he might rescind this one, but again, I just feel like we are not addressing and representing a huge swath of the school district. This is really sad to me. And again, it's not going to fulfill anything that you want. At the end of the day, a lawsuit, but of course with the walkout, which that cost us about 500 grand, there went any money that we would have for legal. We can't sue if we don't have any money.
Okay.
Anyway.
Mr. Beekman, I'm gonna start pointing out to people if you don't quit. He'll get you out of here or we'll clear the room, okay? We're trying to get this done here. Thank you.
So that would just be the last of my comment. Again, I understood the integrity of the original resolution and talking about having students, the ideal way is to have them in our classrooms, which because they are in our classrooms, it is excellent. But along the way, we've lost our way. And I think we have now not appealing for anybody or any voice. Anywho, I'm done for the.
No, thank you, Amy.
Before you vote, if I can just have a point of order for a second. I know the audience makes comments at different votes, and I just want to make it clear to the audience that our student board member, it's a preferential vote. So I just ask that you not make a comment at the student board member's vote. It is our responsibility to protect and support our students. So I just ask that you not make a comment. For everyone else up here, I'm an employee of this district. The rest of these board of trustees are elected. And so again, I just ask that you not make a comment when the student board member votes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we have I personally want to keep the or in there because I think there's a lot of different ways he could do this by reconsidering. And as frequently as he's changed his mind in the last 18 months, I think he's probably going to change his mind again 3 or 4 times before we actually get there. So I want to consider the or.
Well, and the other thing is that, you know, it's fairly widely believed that this mandate exists. All that really exists is an announcement of a mandate to come.
His press
So there's
release.
not really anything to rescind.
Right.
Reconsider, yes, but there's not really anything to rescind
That's
yet.
true.
It's
That's true.
just, it's like, I think I'm gonna paint the wall, you know, yellow. And now you might want me to reconsider that, but if you're telling me to repaint it, well, I didn't paint it yet. So it's just an announcement. And
Well, I'm good to get rid of reconsider and just say rescind.
No.
Can I ask a question? Do we not want to ask him to reconsider to rescind? So the vaccine mandate, you know, so he can do something different, but we're asking him to pull off the mandate.
well, there isn't a mandate yet. There's
Well, if,
okay.
okay.
I think Trustee Jones and I like our original wording. So we do have a motion to change the word or to and. Made by Trustee Davis, seconded by Trustee Bullock. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
On the
On changing
second
it.
resolve to change or to and. Are we in the title or the second result?
Both.
Both. Thank you for the clarification. Trustee Hanachek,
Abstain.
trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee McNicholas,
No.
student advisor Padilla. Abstain. Trustee Jones,
No.
trustee Castellanos,
Abstain.
trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Motion fails.
Okay, on the final resolve, be it finally resolved that the superintendent of the Capistrano Unified School District is directed to transmit this resolution to Governor Gavin Newsom, Director and State Public Health Officer, CDPH, Dr. Thomas Aragon, Dr. Mark Galley, California Health and Human Services, Orange County Board of Supervisors, Dr. Clayton Chow, Orange County Healthcare Agency, Assemblywoman Lori Davis, Senator Pat Bates, and the Orange County Board of Education to communicate our concerns. Are there any comments or amendments to that?
I have an amendment. I would like to delete everything after Dr. Mark Galley. So delete Orange County Board of Supervisors, Chow, OCHCA, Lori Davies, Pat Bates, and OC Board of Education. And the reason is, I think that this is kind of a buckshot approach, and I think we need to be a little more sort of surgical. People we want to read this, and you know, I understand it may not ever get read, are the governor and the director of state public health. The others can't do anything about this. They can, you know, fume and whatever, but they don't have any authority to act on this. So I would just like to take out.
Well, I mean,
But
we
they-
don't either, but they represent they represent these folks too. So if they were supporting your resolution, I mean, they're elected people, the bigger the voice. You're saying that they have no pull. Well, we don't either. So all we can do is we're putting forth our opinion and our hopes, and hope that, you know, we get what we want. But I say keep it in there. They are local representative. We are in their local area there. We are the school district that serves their students. So send them the resolution.
I'd say it's important to keep it in.
The county folks, I don't think that you're right. I don't think they can do anything about it unless they want to try to come up with a mandate on their own, more strict than the governor. I don't think that's going to happen, but Other school districts have done that, LA Unified, that sort of thing. But I do think it's important to keep Assemblywoman Davies and Senator Pat Bates in there because they may have some influence in Sacramento.
Okay, don't feel strongly about it. That was my suggestion.
Okay. So we talked you out of that one because we probably wouldn't get a second.
Talk me out of it.
Okay. All right. So without any amendments, now we can look at the resolution as a whole. Having changed, we need to go over the things we've changed or we kind of finished there.
Trustee Hanachek, do you want to go back to your original motion with this resolution as it's revised?
No, I don't want the revisions. No, I wanted the original resolution. That was my motion. And I'll tell you what's happening online, what you guys are doing here, they're not happy with any of it. So it's pretty ugly.
My phone's dead.
My phone's off.
Okay, so you need another,
You think, so I will send it to you.
you need a motion on this resolution, the redrafted one.
So moved.
You need a second?
Second.
Okay, so move, I'm sorry, Judy, I'm kind of taking over your job here, but moved by trustee Davis and second by trustee Bullock's to approve the resolution as a whole with the approved amendments. Okay.
Trustee Hanachek.
Nay.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Student advisor Padilla.
Nay.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Nay.
Trustee Bullock.
Aye.
Just say, you want to announce the result? Or you want me to
Motion carries 4-2-1
do one?
with a preferential vote of no by the student advisor.
Thank you.
I'm going to call for a personal preference break for 5 minutes. Because oftentimes after a item that most people in the audience are here for will probably leave. And so we're going to take that opportunity to use.
Can I also move to extend the meeting because we are 10 minutes to 11? I'm going to extend the meeting to 11:30 and hurry.
And last caveat, when we come back, can we move item 33 to be the first one we consider, please? These folks have a big school day tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to that, listening to that presentation.
Before we recess, I would like to be put on record again that I do believe we should sue Governor Newsom for him remaining in an emergency order. I don't believe we should be in an emergency order after 1.5 years.
We have a motion on the table to extend the meeting to 11:30. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Okay, no more than 5 minutes. Thank you. Human Resource Services to present this item.
All right, good evening, Superintendent Vital Brulte and Board of Trustees. It is my honor to present our new coaching creed, as it's going to be pulled up here on the screen in just a minute, and our coaching creed committee team members to you this evening. I want to thank them very much for sticking around here with us this evening. We're very proud of, and we could just go to the next one there, Corey, thank you. Perfect. So we're very proud of the rich history of success in our athletic programs. Many of our high school sites have former student athletes who have gone on to compete at the highest level in their sport as collegiate and professional athletes. In fact, we had a former CUSD athlete competing tonight, actually against the Dodgers. We have NFL players, NBA players, but while we've enjoyed success in many of our sports programs, the district does recognize the idea of constant improvement within our athletic program. So our goal in forming this committee was to specifically address this focus on constant improvement. Corey, you can go to the next one. Thank you. So I am honored to have 7 of our Coaching Creed committee members here with us this evening. Our Coaching Creed committee are made up of current CUSD athletic coaches, athletic directors, as well as both site and district level administration. Each of our high schools has at least one representative on this committee. And I want to just take this moment right now and personally thank every single one of our Coaching Creed committee members. I could not be more proud of this entire team for the leadership, the hard work, the commitment to many hours of effort that has gone into building what is now, we believe, a model of excellence for our athletic program. So thank you to every single one of you for the incredible leadership. All right, Corey, we can go on to the next one.
I guess that's me. John Hammerell, the athletic director at San Clemente, and was an honor to serve on this with this group. First and foremost, we wanted to set about establishing a vision. And that vision was to create a set of standards, standards of excellence for all coaches within CUSD, and clear expectations for them both on and off the field. And a vision is empty without a plan. And that's where the mission comes in, our mission statement. What are we going to do every single day to support that vision? And we decided first, the premise, right along with what this district does, is we wanted to seek continual improvement within our athletic programs every day. And that would be based on some key core values that we would address and that people could, so to speak, hang their hat on as kind of a guiding light for them. So that's what we set about doing. I think ultimately the goal was that our coaches realized that there are really kind of 2 leadership styles. There's the transactional and the transformational. Transactional leaders, transactional coaches are all about the scoreboard. They're all about what an athlete can do for them to reach their goals as a coach. Really what it's all about is being a transformational coach, a transformational leader, a relationship builder, meaningful relationships with every player. Is it always possible? No, but that's what your goal is. And through that, you will get mutual respect. You will build intrinsic motivation. And as a result, that will also carry forward on the scoreboard. You're helping elevate the self-concept of every young boy or young man, girl, woman in our programs. And that's really what it's all about. And that will keep our coaches in the business. So with that, we'll be talking about, I believe, core values and others coming up. Thank you.
I'm Farrell Moore, the athletic director at San Juan Hills. So we've met over the last year to look at like our current hiring practices, the documents from HR, and to try and develop these consistent expectations for our coaches. So the handbook outlines the work that we did together. We looked at the mandatory Keenan trainings that we require our coaches to do, the athletic coach job description, and the new hire documents. And we also came up with a set of standards, our creed, for all the CUSD coaches to follow.
Hello, I'm Rob Frith. I'm head football coach and athletic director at San Juan Hills High School as well. The coaching committee worked together to establish a set of core values that can be used universally within the district. It addresses our desire to provide world-class outcomes for our student athletes. These core values will be shared with all current and new coaches that are hired in CUSD. The coaching creed manual will be used in order to maintain accountability, and all coaches will be instructed to adhere to these expectations on a daily basis. The core values that we came up with on the screen are: we want coaches to be able to communicate effectively, to uphold district expectations, to support all student athletes, and develop a culture of excellence. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Patricia Lusar. I am the head track and field coach at Aliso Niguel High School, and I teach there as well. I'm actually really excited because I get to present the coolest thing that came out of our hard work over the past year. I think you guys, we passed you out a copy. We made this tiny little pack of coaching creed cards. And what this is it's portable tips and tricks to support coaches while they're coaching. When I was a first-time coach, I was 18. I had just graduated high school and I was stressed out and I didn't know what the expectations were. So this is something that our coaches can take. They can throw in their bag. They can take it with them wherever they go. There's 12 cards in here. I'm going to talk about the first 6. Cards 1 and 2 are what coaches should do. So it talks about, again, communicating effectively, upholding district expectations, supporting student athletes, and developing a culture of excellence. We created some fun little acronyms for you as well. That one is CUSD. Cards 3 through 6 are how coaches should do it. How do they communicate effectively? How do they conduct themselves? How can they be successful? And we threw in the fun acronym there, which is instruct, demonstrate, execute, and assess. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrie Pierce, and I'm one of the athletic directors at Dana Hills. I'm also a former CUSD student athlete. I went to Dana Hills, so it makes me really proud to be a part of this committee and to be a part of kind of, being more of in that leadership role as a, now being a part on the athletics end. But I'm going to talk about cards 7 through 12. Cards 7 through 10 give our coaches, as Patricia shared, just some other tools on how to navigate difficult conversations with parents and athletes. We also had a little tidbit on grit and how to kind of pull that out of your athletes, because we're not just teaching them how to play the sport. We're teaching them how to be, good people out in the real world. And cards 11 and 12 are 2 of the really important cards on this deck. And I come from a background of, ocean safety. I'm a beach lifeguard outside of my role at Dana Hills, and our big thing is preparedness and being able to share that with the coaching creed and have card 11 require these new coaches to actually go visit with the office manager at each school site to determine where the closest AED is to their practice facility. We felt that was super important, being able to provide life-saving care to our student athletes, and that time of need is essential. And so preparedness was really the big push for that card, as well as some reminders on CPR and AED. And card 12 builds on that preparedness by providing all of our coaches with contact information for site personnel that should be alerted in the event of an emergency for a student athlete. Thanks.
Good evening, John Masseston, principal at Capo Valley High School. It was my honor to serve on the committee with the rest of these amazing coaches and athletic directors. We have a number of required certifications for our coaches, and built into this is an automated reminder system that gives coaches reminders starting at 8 weeks before their certifications expire, because ultimately we want to make sure that there is never a pause in coaching for our student athletes. And so this system was built and supported, and a special thank you to TIS for being able to build and support this in conjunction with us.
A quick financial overview. Costs for just under $5,000. We anticipate our annual costs to be around $8,000 for professional learning in the areas of CPR, first aid, AED training, and most importantly, the Coaching Creed core values. We have identified Title IV and the general fund as funding sources.
And this last slide here is simply our Coaching Creed video, which is, along with our card deck, is something that we're probably most proud of. So the incredible team that just spoke before you this evening also star in this video, which is a training tool that will now be used and will be provided to all coaches upon being hired in the district as required watching, and really highlights some of the key points that were made this evening by this incredible group. So we're not going to ask to take any time to watch the video. It's about 12 minutes long. We would encourage you to watch that video, but again, we're very proud of the effort that went into it.
Rich, will you send us a link?
It is not on the website because it is just for new coaches upon being hired. So when they come in to go through processing with us in HR, we will provide the video for them.
Understand that, but then where will we see it? How can we see it?
We will make the video available to you. So it's actually embedded in the presentation. So you can actually click on the link and watch the video. But we'll make the video available to you as well, if you haven't already gotten it.
Okay. Do you have any more presentation, or are you open to questions?
We are open to questions.
I'll go ahead and start. I love card number 5. I've got all of John Wooden's books, so I'm so glad you're using him as an example. And so I have a question for you, because this is the real stuff, okay? Do you in training your coach, by the way, I love this program. I just ate it up. I loved it, but I didn't see the answer to this question. You all know about the booster clubs. Okay, and they raise money and they supplement and pay stipends for coaches. And then you got parent groups who think they own them and that they're going to tell them what they want for their students. So when you've got new coaches and all, have you thought in terms of how to, let them know that they are working to the standard of CapoUSD and this whole program you put together, and how to deal with parents and the booster clubs? Because I think that's a really big issue. That's question number 1. And I got one to follow up. Anybody want to chat? Take that one on.
Okay, I can start, and then feel free, team members, to add anything that you want. So one of the things that we want to do is make sure that we are empowering our athletic directors to ultimately guide our head coaches. And our head coaches are going to be the ones that take on the responsibility for the booster club management. So the head coach will then ultimately trickle down the information that's needed to the rest of the coaches, the JV coach, the freshman coach, the assistant coaches. So really, the platform for leadership is going to start with the athletic director, and then going to be distributed out to the head coaches, who will ultimately be the ones to handle those questions and handle that board. One of the cards in our card deck specifically addresses how to have difficult conversations, how to handle, it's got communication tips. So there are cards that are there are cards built in there specifically to address that topic without actually saying, here's how you deal with the booster club.
My second question is, when you say coaches and when we say coaches, does that include cheer and song, or is this just, that's part of sports, right? Okay, thank you.
In fact, one of the members of the team is the cheer coach or the song coach, I believe, at Tesoro High School. She was just not able to be here this evening. Her name is Gabby Brees. And she was on our committee and is head cheer coach at Tesoro High School.
That was Megan. Okay.
Maybe it's song. Is it song or song?
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, and I think this is great as far as building, the focus on building good people, not just athletes, and your transformational versus transactional. Love that. What I don't see in here, and maybe it's because most of you are too young to remember this, but we went through you can't charge fees anymore. And that was kind of a re-education of a lot of booster clubs and coaching staffs. That, it's not a pay to play anymore. It's all by donation. And we've also been through a couple of, I don't want to say misappropriation of funds, but buying things not through the district purchasing issue. And maybe this is too much of back history, but I didn't see anything in here on financial management and that end of it. Is that something any training we give our coaches as well?
So one of the great things about this program is we are making it what we want it to become. So we can add to at any time, really, as we continue to take the leadership of this group. One of the things that they're tasked with is really going out and implementing and be a support provider for their team, their school site, on how to carry out these expectations. And if they see things that we can improve upon, we can bring them back. And as a committee, we can make those improvements. So that could be something that we look at. One of the things that we did there, though, was the idea of the no pay to play has been in place for quite some time. And what we did as a committee was really look at issues that were arising, that were HR related issues and concerns. That was not, because I think our coaching teams, our administration have done such a great job over the years of improving in that area. So we have not seen that be an area of concern at all.
I am so glad.
I can just tell you for St. Clemente High School, that's ongoing education for coaches year round. So we have periodic meetings, the entire athletic department, drama, vocal arts, whatever, and all the do's and don'ts of what you can and can't do. And of course, fees in the ACLU is a part of that.
But then that's why we don't have the problem. It's got to be ongoing.
It's ongoing. It has to be.
Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that that's part of the culture now. Because when my kids were in high school, that was a big change.
I would second what John is saying, and that I think both of us were on teams when it was pay to play. And now that we were running the teams, it's really been across the district that from the athletic directors, from the district to the athletic directors to the head coaches, it's no pay to play.
Yeah, it's purely donation, and the messaging, like we always have head coach meetings prior to the school year starting. The messaging that should be sent to parents is this is a donation, and that's what it is. It's not a fee in any way.
Trustee Hanachek?
Thank you. This is wonderful. Thank you. A couple questions. I see that they will, the coaches all do our district board policies. Don't we have an anti-bias training too? Should we add that? Do you think that would be helpful? Okay, John, go.
I require, this is new this year, and kind of that no place for hate at San Clemente High School.
So you require it.
I implemented the implicit bias training through the NFHS network for all of our athletes.
Okay, so I assume if this is a living document, that would be just excellent to do that. Just make sure all of our bases are covered. We want to be all on the same page. Just incredible. And then just this is so positive, but I do want to know what your suggestions are again when things come up with coaches. They might be either unwittingly doing something or sharing something going on. What should parents do? This is always the challenge. Do they go to their athletic director, or what's the chain of command? How should we get this done? When things come up with a coach, oftentimes it's usually a walk-on coach that has some more challenges because they're not teachers. What should a parent do and feel good about doing it? Because they're all sure the kid's never going to play the sport again. you know, if they do that. So, what should they do? Go to the athletic director? John says, no, go right to the coach.
Head coach.
Head coach
Head
first.
Head coach for sure, yeah.
I mean, we empower all of our head coaches to have parent meetings before the season starts. So that way they can kind of outline the chain of command. So, you know, hey, there's an issue going on. First, let's talk to the athlete, head coach and athlete, or maybe if they're working with the assistant coach, athlete, then bring in the head coach if it's needed. And then the athletic director, if it, you know, still proceeds to be an issue. And then at that
All
point,
right, just like the just chain of command.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you, John, for implementing it and fulfilling the ADL training. It's dazzling. I love it. Thank you.
Any other trustee questions?
We don't need to vote to adopt this or anything, do we?
Yes.
We do?
Also wanted to thank the group for doing this. I think this is pretty great. And, you know, we're doing more and more of these kinds of things in the district where we're kind of coming up with standards and regular trainings. And I think it's wonderful. And thank you all for your work.
So this is an action item, so we need to approve this, okay?
I will call for a vote.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Do we have to move the item? Or?
I have a motion.
You know, I guess, I'm sorry, just 1 second. I didn't realize this was an action item. I am concerned about the volunteer coaches having other things that their expectations that they're held to, such as, you know, social media, such as bias and inappropriate relationships with students and that sort of thing. I mean, that the volunteer coaches can be just as problematic as walk-ons and teachers.
Gila, where are you at?
Oh, let's see. Well, it's page 606 of 662.
Well, on 601, number 5, that volunteer coaches agreement made to hold volunteers to same standard as coaches, including the requirement of safety-related certifications. So coaches at all levels are being held to the same standard.
Okay, all right. Well, that was just my only comment. That's something that concerns me. Thanks.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve by trustee Hannachek, seconded by trustee McNicholas. Call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 601 with a preferential vote of aye from student advisor Padilla.
Can we get an update on our Dodgers and our player?
They lost.
How did our player do?
I think the Dodgers lost. Yeah.
The player did well.
I think the player did well. The player for the Braves, I think, did well.
Players on the wrong team. Thank you again for staying.
Thanks for sticking it out.
You know a little bit more about what our meetings are all about, but thank you. It's nice seeing your smiling faces in the audience.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Yes, thanks for staying. I'm sorry that it took so long, but we do appreciate hearing from the public.
Does not reflect our support.
Okay, I'd like to now recognize Gregory Merwin, Associate Superintendent, Education and Sports Services, to present item number 32, English Learner Annual Evaluation.
Thank you, President Bullock. Trustees, Superintendent Patel Brulti, staff presents item 32, English Learner Annual Evaluation. Tonight's item provides an evaluation of the effectiveness of our programs and activities. In the report, we share metrics, outcomes, findings, and recommendations. This is a new item that we will now be bringing to you every fall to review our progress with supporting English learners. So while the work supporting English learners is not new, this is a new procedure that we will be following moving forward. And in this, we are providing specific next steps to improve their academic performance. So there are 11 recommendations in this report that reflect the shared work of general education and special education. And this already demonstrates the power of the restructuring of the departments so that both special education and general education work together as one cohesive team to support English learners and all students. So the data you have seen in this report include an evaluation about achievement gaps, measuring each year the gap of English learner outcomes compared to non-English learners, as well as the gap between students who are designated as fluent and those that are not. You'll also see in the evaluation important metrics such as suspension rates, college and career readiness, UC CSU requirements, AP exam passing rates, and absenteeism. Stacy Yogi, Executive Director, will now provide some additional framing for you.
If I may interrupt, Stacy, sorry. We have 5 minutes. We need to extend the time again. Do I have a motion? So moved. Boo. Well, we'll say midnight. We'll hope to get out sooner. Do I have a second? Second with Trustee McNicholas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Go ahead, Stacy.
Thank you, Dr. Merman. I'd like to introduce Rowena Mack. She's our new Director of Language Acquisition. And I'm just going to make a comment on the data piece, and then she's going to make a comment on the program piece. But I'd like to thank you for approving the Elevation platform last year. We worked on the data integration and started with training staff on the overview of Elevation, training on the monitoring processes and reclassification. And we just got finished with the reclassification process for the first time through Elevation. So it's really been a game changer as far as being able to know and track the progress of our English learners. School sites, teachers, administrators, district office staff were all able to view individual students as well as schools and district progress as a whole regarding English learner progress. And it connects with lots of data sources such as DIBELS and iReady and grades, the ARIES system, so that at a glance, we can have a lot of data at our fingertips about our English learners and their progress. So just wanted to share that we're continuing to train staff on that platform, and we will continue to do that through next year so that we can get all of our teachers and administrators using the platform to be able to monitor the progress of our English learners. So Rowan is going to comment now on some of the recommendations going forward regarding our programs.
Good evening. I'm pleased to highlight some of the recommendations as they relate to our EL or English Learner Annual Program Evaluation. First is our continued focus on English language development and really supporting our English learners as they develop their English language so that they can meaningfully participate and engage in all content areas. This is truly a collaborative effort and one that is made possible by the support of site administrators, EL teacher advisors, teacher coaches, and the professional learning that are provided by the Office of Language Acquisition. Second is just to underscore the point that Stacy had already mentioned, and that's our continued focus on progress monitoring. And really the implementation of Elevation has helped us to really provide more targeted support for our English learners with the use of data to inform our instruction. And last thing that I'd like to highlight is just our collaborative efforts towards family and community engagement of our English learner families, and the efforts that we take to remove language as a barrier so that they can meaningfully participate in supporting the ongoing education of their children. Things such as our DLAC, the PK being present in 13 of our schools, and of course, the ongoing work of our bilingual community liaisons at all of our sites. Thank you.
And we'd like to open it up for any questions. Thank you.
We do have one speaker. Is this on the line?
No, it's Jennifer Sterling filled out a card, but we believe she has left. But I just as a courtesy want to call Jennifer Sterling left the meeting.
Okay. All right, and then trustees, this is a informational and there's no action necessary. So are there any questions?
Yeah, I have a bunch of questions. First thing, there's the action items. I wanted to add something to the action items, and that is to make certain that we have translators for back to school night and parent teacher conferences. That
Some schools have had to rely on volunteers. Some teachers rely on an older sibling or the student themselves, and this is really not appropriate, and I want to make sure that we're going to do that. So let's see. It's my experience that special ed students, particularly the moderates or to severe, are not going to end up with the kind of language skills that whatever their native language is, that regular ed or mild to moderate will have. Do we have any, are we allowed to make any kind of accommodation in the scores for special ed ELs, or are they just the same as everybody else?
So through the English Learner Progress Indicator on the California School Dashboard, all students are treated the same as far as if they're regular education or special education for that. But there is a modification for reclassification. We have a process called option B, where if there's the disability is preventing a student from meeting the reclassification criteria, we can look at an option B process where we can reclassify them through that process.
Okay, so without going through some of the process, by just acknowledging that they have a disability that's severe enough that it will impact that. Okay, great, thank you. So then I'm wondering, when you get students who score 4 on the LPAC, but they're not reclassified because of they don't meet some other criteria, whether it's grades or the teacher recommendation or whatever, do we, what percentage of students do we have, or is that a large number that score 4 on the LPAC and then, but still aren't reclassified because of not meeting other criteria?
So we do have 2 windows for reclassification. We have a fall window and a spring window. So if the student did not meet some of the other indicators, they will have the opportunity to make those grades or perform on other assessments to reach the criteria for a second reclassification window in the spring before spring LPAC testing. Currently, we have 113 students in K through 3. So 7%, and we have 286 students in grades 4 through 12, which is 12% who fall into that category. But teachers are aware of who these students are because we looked at all the students who did meet the 4 on the LPAC, and so they're monitoring students who maybe missed the grade or missed the benchmark for the cut score. And we're monitoring those students.
So it sounds like it's normally grades that's the issue. It's not teacher recommendation. It's not parent acceptance. It's that they don't quite make it on grades, correct?
There's grades and there's also the basic skills requirements. So we look at DIBELS and iReady.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. All right. So then some of our long-term English learners, and I know this is a tremendous problem in any district, but what percentage of them have come from some other district or some other state or private school or whatever, where I don't want to say it's our fault or it's not our fault, but it's not the lack of issues in our system, it's that the other system didn't work well for them.
Very small percentage. There's only 21 students currently out of the 366 students who are considered long-term English learners. So it's less than 1%. So
okay.
Very small.
Okay. All right. All right. And then I was looking at page 16 of the exhibit, for the AP exam, I didn't understand what I was looking at here. So it's like, okay, so in 2017, 2018, there's 440 ELs and 80.9%, I guess, passed AP exams. And I don't know if this is like the total population or the number that took them and how many versus how many passed, or can you explain what that is, those numbers?
Yes, and we can probably add information to this so that it's a little more clear. The total number of students was 544. That wasn't listed there. So the 440 actually represents the 80.9% who passed. So 19.1%, which was 104 students, received a score of 1 or 2, which was not the passing score.
Okay, because what this kind of looks like is that the ELs and the reclassified English proficient were passing at a greater rate than the all students, which could be the case because it could be that the students in those classifications who take the test they're not going to take it unless they are really darn sure they can pass. Whereas the all students that might be more of a, yeah, okay, I'll take it, or my mother's making me do it or whatever. But so do you think that's the case, or what do you think is?
So the reclassified fluent English proficient and English learner percentage pass rate is actually higher than the all student percentage. So we were making the point of that once students reclassify, their pass rate on the AP exam is actually really high and outperforms the all student group. Our goal really is to reclassify our English learners.
Right. No, I understand. It's sort of just a side note here, although I think that it is something on the LCAP. They want English learners and reclassifieds to be taking tests. So, and I just don't know if you have any opinion about this, but the achievement gap is greater for ELs than for non-ELs, but then the math proficiency is lower than English proficiency in both groups. And I don't know if this is something that is kind of something special for our district, or is this something we see throughout the state?
So we did look into statewide data and they showed the same trend that all students as well as English learners and reclassified students do perform lower in math. And I was consulting with Karen Gauthier, our STEM coordinator, as to why this might be. And she was commenting about how math really has more concepts per word, per sentence, per paragraph than any other content area. And these words are very technical and using symbols that require language. So although we may think of math strictly as calculation and numbers, that's really only like one claim area. And there's many claim areas in math that involve a lot of language. And so really training, teachers on the use of graphic organizers and supporting the speaking and writing and assisting with visuals and things like that to help students in math really across the board is really going to help all students, especially our English learners.
Okay, great. All right. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Can I talk now?
What?
Can I talk?
Trustee McNicholas?
I asked this question in email, and I'm still not sure I understand it. The difference in, and part of it is I know the source of the data is different. Graduation rates versus dropout rates. Okay, I'm looking at, this is on page 14, graduation rates based on cohorts, meaning let me try to make it simple. You start in 9th grade and there's 100 kids, and those 100 kids at 12th grade, there's only 96 of them. Is that how we get to 96% graduation rate? Or is it, but there's only 96 of them left, but maybe they didn't all actually graduate. Maybe 3 of them moved, or 3 of them decided to take a 5th year.
Right, it's a real challenging calculation because there are so many factors of who's included, who's not included in the calculation. And in the graduation rate, the state now calculates the dashboard based on a cohort of 4 years, as well as you get credit for students who graduated in the 5th year. So then, in addition to that, there's, you know, all these criteria. So, for example, if they transfer to a private school, or they transfer out of California, or if they transfer to a health facility or to a homeschool program, those students are excluded from the calculation. So there's a lot of factors, but in general, for graduation rate, it's a combined 4-year, and then you get extra credit if there's students who graduated in the 5th year. But then dropout is based on a 4-year cohort of students who started in 9th grade and then weren't there. Yes.
And also there's adult transition program. We get done for that, or dinged, or whatever it is, that because they don't graduate in 4 years, they're not going to. So they are considered to be non-grad.
And even some of our kids that are on a certificate program, as opposed to a diploma program, and they complete their certificate, are they considered graduates?
So the graduation rate is based on the high school diploma. So because the students who are on a certificate would not be counted in the numerator of the graduation rate. Would not be counted.
But not in the denominator either.
They are.
So I have
part of the group that's not.
So I have 100 kids, and they start in 9th grade, but 5 of them are on a certificate track, not a diploma track. Even if everybody else graduated, we still would only have a 95% graduation.
Correct.
That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, we are still serving their needs. I don't know, and the dropout rate is like, okay, dropout could mean we just lost them. They could have just dropped out of school, truly, they're done. They could have moved, they could have gone to another district that we don't know about.
So that's why we try to follow up when a student leaves our district. We don't actually disenroll them until another school requests their records. And we have to try to follow up and find out where they are, because if they leave and we don't know what happened to them and the school doesn't request their records, then they are considered a dropout.
Yeah. So I know we get measured by numerous different state agencies and dashboards and everything else. And you almost have to define it by about a 3-page explanation of what the numerator and the denominator include. But thank you for trying to explain it to me.
I have a question. When we look at the ESSER agenda item tonight, 19, and as it was stated in terms of the whatever it was, that we're going to reevaluate, see how we're doing, you know, what's working for us, and then maybe put more money to that if you've got something that's not. This is an annual report. And this is always something at the end of the year when we look at English, math, and math, you know, we haven't had the success we want. So with the new talking points, and if it gets approved tonight, paper and all the different languages in terms of tutoring and all, obviously a graduation rate, you can't give it to us mid-year, but is it possible, how often can we see how we're doing on the English and math and these numbers instead of waiting for a year later, just to know, you know, if we're moving the needle?
So some of the assessments are summative, and we'd only have assessment data once a year, depending on the assessment. But some assessments we give throughout the year at different times. So we have ways to progress monitor students, and our assistant superintendents feel free to jump in. But the data points are really based on each assessment, and sometimes we have ways to progress monitor students every 2 to 3 weeks and do intervention cycles and assessments, and sometimes they're just summative assessments. So it just depends.
So, but does this not include like iReady in that testing? Is this SBAC? Or is this a different kind of assessment that you're getting these numbers?
In the ESER report or in the
In
EL
this.
evaluation?
In this English learner annual evaluation, where you're comparing how the English learner is doing compared to the average student in both English and math.
So in the EL evaluation, it's the Smarter Balanced Assessment. I don't believe we included iReady scores in that.
We included them only because we had no Smarter Balanced. So we had to bring them in just for that reason, but typically you have that, you're summated as your Smarter Balanced, your SBAC. But we do have iReady, we do have Dibbles, we do have Elevation. We do have ways to progress monitor throughout the year. So we don't have to wait for the summative report in the fall. We know how we're doing. And so back to the mid-year and the end of the year, mid-year in February, we come back and report on progress using those different measurements, which will help us track our English learners as well. And then again, at the end of the year, we're coming back in June at the workshop to report back out to trustees about the end of the year progress. So it may not involve the summative, the end of the year data here, but we do have data we can be sharing.
I would just like to suggest if we're going to pass tonight, $1.7 million on this tutorial 24/7 365 in all languages. And the big initiative, of course, I know it's right now just being a test pilot, fortunately in my area with schools, the talking points in terms of the messaging getting through to parents so they better understand what's being asked and what they can do to students. I think it's important for us to then measure our expenditure and whether it's meaningful to the outcomes of these, students that are English language learners. And so if we could get more information through time, and I think it helps to tell us whether we spent the money in the right area on those two initiatives. Thank you.
Absolutely appreciate that. And we need to be data driven. We need to have data informing what's working, and then we invest in that. And if it's not working, we're shifting our investments.
I just had a quick question. Sorry, it's almost midnight, so I'm getting a little tired, and maybe this was mentioned, but is there a goal of the district of when we want to reclassify our ELLs? So that, because we know that success depends on their reclassification.
Well, normally students, depending on, when they enter our schools, they reclassify within a 6-year period. So it's definitely at that time, we want to definitely be reclassifying.
What's our percentage on that, on that goal?
We actually, as a district, have been very strong in our reclassification percentage. It was 13.2 last year, and that was higher than the state and the county. I think over the last 4 years, we've been higher than the state and the county. 3 out of those 4 years, we did have a dip 1 year, but overall, our reclassification rate is very strong.
I also, in elevation, correct me if I'm wrong, but even though they redesignate and they become an RFEP, we're still tracking them, correct? Because that's what my understanding of elevation does.
For 4 years, once they reclassify, we monitor them for 4 years, just to ensure that they're provided with support if needed.
Okay, thank you.
I do sort of like to point out to trustees that it's not, it's kind of a moving target, because every year new ELs come into the district and they are always going to be coming in. So to say that you are going to improve your reclassification rate is a little bit of a not useful hope, because they just keep coming and keep coming. And the only way that you would really meaningfully be able to increase your reclassification rate is if you stopped having so many ELs in, next year, because it's just a moving target. And so you can't say, oh, this year we're going to reclassify 80%, because the ones who were close now are reclassified. And like I say, they just keep coming and coming. So I just like to point that out.
So the statistics don't follow the student. We wouldn't be able to have a software system that can pull out and tell us that, instead of having all these numbers that just kind of blend together?
The elevation platform does have that data in there. So the LPAC scores are imported, Smarter Balance, Die Ready, Dibbles, grades. So we can set up our reclassification portals in elevation with the criteria, and it lets us know which students, are meeting the criteria. We can look at a glance, see where students are, do different filters and views, and monitor students that way.
So we can get a more accurate number then, to what Gila is saying that we can't because we keep having the inflow of new students.
So we can see which ones are at level 1, which ones are at level 2, which ones are at level 3. So like Trustee Jones said, they do come in every year, new English learners, and we're reclassifying students who are ready to reclassify. But at a glance, we're able to see all of the English learners and their levels.
And how many EL students are currently in the district?
We have a little over 4,000 right now.
Okay, any other questions? Because again, this is not an action item, we just informative, and it was very informative, so we thank you. Okay, we are moving on to item number 34. This is the second reading for board policy, the new board policy of 5125 student records. We have a speaker, so we're going to open up, and if that speaker is here.
Our staff was not going to present this evening and try to move it to November 3rd because of the time, but didn't want someone who had been sitting here all night not to be able to speak to this. So if the speaker's here, we're gonna allow them to speak. Jessica Taylor, are you here? Then I'm gonna suggest that we move the item to November 3rd.
And can we make a note of the last item where the speaker, we had a speaker on that item and they obviously had to probably go home. Whoever they are, if we have their name and information, if we can email them, just make sure if they have a question or a comment or something on that item. Just,
Okay, so we have 2 left. We're going to go to item number 36 before we go back to the consent, pulling the consent item 18. The 36 item is trustee request to consider revising board policy 4040 employee use of technology, which hasn't been updated in a number of years. I'm going to recognize trustee Davis from trustee area 3 to present this item.
Thank you. I asked this item be added to the agenda to update our board policy on email signatures, which we hope will add to the branding, uniformity, and professionalism with which we conduct our business as Capistrano Unified School District. Professional standards help give our employees authority when they conduct business while interacting with the community and each other. Having a uniform standard on emails from district employees conveys proficiency and expertise with a clear message that we speak with the authority given in our job titles. With parents more involved than they've been in decades and possibly ever, we need a professional standard. This standard will display confidence and build trust for our communities and families in facilitating all communications with parents, guardians, students, and the community within Capistrano Unified School District. With that being said, I hope you'll each support this agenda item.
And we do have one speaker, if she is still with us, we're checking. Michelle Plossel Campbell.
Good evening.
You're still
I'm still awake, amazingly, 8 minutes to. Okay, good evening. I want to share what is in every job application for this district. The Capistrano Unified School District does not discriminate against any person based on his, her, actual or perceived characteristics of race or ethnicity, color, ancestry, nationality, national origin, ethnic group identification, age, religion, marital or parental status, physical or mental disability, sex, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, gender expression or genetic information, or any other characteristic identified in Education Code 200 or 220. I would support this item specifically if included was a requirement for pronouns used in the signature file as a standard. Our district does not discriminate based on sex, sexual orientation, gender, or gender expression or gender identity. Actively requiring inclusion of pronouns would make our district a place that lives up to the values stated for employment and actively support all employees in a safe working environment. Thank you for highlighting the need for everyone to standardize the use of identifying the pronouns they use to create a positive professional work environment. Thank you.
I was very happy that this was brought forward because when I started over 4 years ago, my background is marketing and retail. Kind of goes back to when we had conversations about our CUSD Foundation and some problems and issues we had there. These kinds of things, you know, stand for us. And I kind of question why the signature block, no matter who you received it from, everybody had some different messaging. And we just passed the communication proposal from Ryan Burris. And it's really important because if our main vehicle is the insider, I'd like to see that that's in the signature blocks for everybody to use insider. It's a way, we have teachers who communicate with far more people than we do throughout the entire year. And so I just think it's a great way to drive attention to our insider and having some sort of professional signature block. And then anything more that they want to put on that gets approved through their, as it's listed, site council or their supervisor. So that was my thought, and it was one I had 4 years ago, but it didn't go anywhere.
And I have a couple questions for Lisa.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was super confused by this. So a couple things, I mean, actually, you don't even use the signature line that much. So I was like, okay, maybe it's not that you want to do. Okay, so I didn't know if that was a thing for you. So
Trustee Hanachek?
Yes.
I'm sorry, so that you have sufficient, yeah, we need to, should again.
Vote to extend the meeting 12:15, sorry. To the next meeting.
Okay, and seconded by trustee McNicholas to 12:15.
So I actually do employ.
Aye.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay, so signature lines, I have a very boring one. I always have had a standard one. I actually do CUSD Insider. If I do quotes, they're within the body of my email. So I'm kind of wondering though, what is happening that you're seeing that you want this standardized thing? Then conversely with that, I really, really enjoy all of our different schools. We have basically put a mandate out for them to market their schools. So I'm not sure I would get to a standardized signature line. When I'm looking at Newhart, it's all red and black and got a panther and so on and so forth. So I'm not sure what this means. We mean we'd all just use New Times Roman 12 point. And then the third thing to this is I don't want to add anything to a site administrator's plate that they have to be the font police or the quotation police or branding police. I have never seen an email that I didn't think was fun, interesting, and reflective of the professionalism or what the person wanted to convey. So help me out here, what you envision a standard branded, I guess we could have swallows on our email, on our signature line.
Pardon me just a second. This is just a request to put this on a future
I
agenda.
know, but I don't want to
Okay.
bring it back if it's something that I don't understand.
Okay, all right.
Communication goals. And I think it's really important that as we spoke so much about branding and rebranding and what that looks like and uniformity and professionalism. And I think it comes directly with, we are individual schools, we are individual people, and we are part of Capistrano Unified School District.
So how, but I don't understand branding district-wide when each school, I get emails from, Educate and Inspire, short clips, they use their color. How would we mandate a generic brand for everyone without showing their school spirit? We probably have teachers that are two-way immersion that probably like to put Spanish. See what I mean? I mean, I can see certain things you want on there, and I'm definitely with the speaker. We definitely would need to leave a line either next to the lane or underneath for use of pronouns. That's established going forward in industry and higher education. Very important, and it's the way things are going. And it is just a wonderful message. It creates that electronic safe space for students when they see that. So I guess I could see that, and then I really have a problem with some quotation policeman, I guess it would be our site administrator, telling me I couldn't use a certain quote, and it would take up all your time. Like, what if I had a random quote? So there's some things here that I understand the intent, professionalism. I feel my signature line is professional. I've always done it. That's what I was a secretary. That's what I do. I use New Times Roman 12 point. Which is very outdated. So, I mean, I'm struggling with this, and I do not, of all the things we have to do, I can see maybe in the future, but I do not want to add to anybody's plate anywhere that would have to monitor this, and don't set up anything that you can't, parameters. We're going to be yelled at for not using, New Times Roman or Calibri or something. So that's what I'm really struggling with. That again, of all things we have to do, how could we enforce this? What would it look like? And I just don't see bringing it back right now.
So I'm willing to vote in favor of this request, but I do have sort of a concern, and I will bring it up when we talk about it, about kind of a one size fits all. I don't know whether, we're talking about itinerants or the walk-on coaches and, like a fax number for them, and bus drivers. Do they have a fax number? And some of that kind of stuff. I mean, I just think we've got people that are here for, I don't know, a very small number of hours per week who probably don't even use email very much versus, the superintendent. I'm just letting you know that is a concern I will have when we talk about it. I'm in favor in general, and I'm certainly in favor of bringing it back.
But when we bring it back, we're going to have some of the things ready, because I'm going to ask them again, how would we monitor this? Is it gets into First Amendment rights? I mean, this is really a lot of things going on there. And then the format, we definitely, instead of 4 lines here, we would need to have 5. And if you really want that CUSD insider, so make sure we have room for pronouns, and so on and so forth. So I guess I need to see some samples if we're going to spend time on this, because I don't really like the idea, but I don't know of a single school district that maybe does it. And everyone I know, they're professionals, and they express themselves according, or maybe you don't want to, and you have a great day, So I think whatever, we can bring it back, but please, we need more information.
I'm not against at least looking at a policy that we haven't updated in a while, but I don't see a problem that you're trying to solve. What problem you're trying to solve?
I think we're a large corporation. In the end, we're a large corporation. And within large corporations, there's branding. And I'm sorry?
We're not necessarily partners for an educational entity. It's separate schools that we have resorted on them to create their brand, to know who they are, and it's really different. Each school is really unique and different. Now, we want font sizes and color, and specific fonts, like New Times Roman or bold or something. I suppose we can do that. That takes away from the character of the schools and the creativity that we placed on each campus. We said, be a market, sell your school, sell the spirit, and they do it beautifully. So I don't see the problem either. And the policy covers the settings, that no swearing or anything, but I don't understand somebody being a quotation.
Well, I don't think we were talking about getting down to the detail of a particular font size. It's just like the website that we're revamping, and because it's hard to navigate. Well, you go to different schools' websites, and the information is all over the place. They have different things. It's kind of hard to follow. It's along those lines, I think, in terms of having some consistency. Of course, we're going to still want all of the mascots, the colors, that they want to do to individualize the schools. We would take away the dolphin from the Canaan Hills.
I'll move on. But basically, let's look at it this way. You still have creativity in school. What you're looking at is you have your name, and you have either next to your name or below room for pronouns, should you choose to utilize pronouns. Then you'd have your title, you want certain information. And then fax numbers, yeah, email, but probably doesn't pertain. Then everybody's supposed to put the CUSD insider link. That's fine. I'm pretty happy with the product. And we do pay for it. That's good. And then the quotations though, I just approved by district and or site administrator. This sends my head off my shoulders. So I do not support that whatsoever at all. So we can bring it back and we can have this long discussion in November on this, but
Okay, we have 10 minutes left, so this isn't an actionable item.
I'm not in favor of adding another line. I'm not in favor of adding another line, but rather keeping it to those 4.
so why wouldn't you want to add another line? Because that would be important because we do
For
need to
pronouns?
respect. Yeah, we would need to respect it.
I don't believe that that should be in someone's signature line.
So is this what this is about then?
This is
To make
about
sure you keep
branding,
people from using
professionalism.
pronouns?
This is about branding. This is about professionalism. This is about building trust. This is about keeping it standard within our district and tying it to our communication goals.
Do you understand what the use of pronouns is?
I do.
Because I think here, no, I mean, come on. I think that if you knew, because if you're a kind person, you'd understand when people use pronouns. Not everybody does. We don't mandate that they do it, but some people choose to do that, and it's very important. It's that just like we have classrooms in our schools that are still safe spaces, these are.
It's not even about gender identity. I mean, many people who write to me write to Mr. Gila Jones because they don't know what name Gila is. You probably have the same problem, right? That it's just not obvious. Well, I didn't gesture to you. People know about Martha.
Well, and let's circle back down to Martha's thing. I'm not sure what the problem is we're trying to solve unless it is to make sure that folks are prohibited from using pronouns. Is that the problem? Is that the problem?
That's part of it. You're bringing it up, but the reason this is here, tied to the communication goals, professionalism, branding, and building trust.
Which in the corporate world, in the business, it's actually becoming a business imperative that inclusivity is shown by businesses in higher education. It's what our younger people will see. It's the way things are going. Not everybody does it. I don't do it. I don't have pronouns on, but I certainly respect. And then it telegraphs to me from my community or my constituents that this is a safe space person. This is someone that understands. And so I don't want to bring this back if this is about that. You know what I mean? I can't support that. I'm sorry.
Hi, so I think that we should use pronouns because personally, if I were to email like my teacher, I would like to know like what pronouns they feel comfortable with me using. I feel like in a way, it might seem kind of disrespectful if I'm like misusing their pronouns. And so not even just for me, but like even like if my parents are emailing a teacher or like a principal or whoever, I think that it's important that like we're addressing that person in like the pronouns that they would like. And also along with that, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm from like a younger generation, but like I've never used like a fax number. So I don't know how like important that is. I don't even know how to like fax someone. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you guys do it, but maybe we can take that out.
And line number 2.
There's probably a fax at the district office.
All right, we discussed the same thing, but because we're trying to be consistent, we would leave in that you would put a fax number.
Only for those that use a fax.
They use it. There are some. Okay, so then let's take a vote and is this we're going to take a vote to bring it back.
So as you all know, you can put whatever you want on the agenda. If you want me to spend time on it with my team, looking at a policy, making changes to that policy, bringing that policy back, then you need to vote to say, yes, go do that work and bring us back a draft policy. So you're voting for us to then do work on this policy.
I have a question about that direction. We have trustees, I think maybe it's Trustee Jones that's on the board policy updates. If we want to do, how does they do that work or what?
So we do some work as a staff and then we run it by the subcommittee to get feedback before it comes back to the board in general.
Yeah, and I think that generally it's, the policy is basically sort of a staff recommendation. And trustee Bronstein and I have been on that subcommittee and, I go through them and, sometimes we look at them and can't understand some aspect or, whatever. And I have to say, I have on a couple of occasions caught the staff trying to put a policy together that couldn't work.
So the challenge is, and I don't mean to interrupt because it's 12:10. The challenge is, this is talking about in a context of branding, which is Ryan, which is Kirsten, which is folks looking at this. So I would like to table this till we have time. We're in the middle of still a major health crisis. We had a packed boardroom. We've got some serious things. I'd like to table it. We can bring it back when we have time to look at this sort of thing. But right now, I do not support bringing this back. I vote to table it. I move to table this for future consideration.
Second.
Well, what about if I wasn't running all of that? I know you're having conversation down there, but I was verifying.
Second.
Yeah, but
But and board president can talk about it when their schedule lines up a little bit. We just got too much going on. So I'm not sure how long this meeting's up. So we bring back at a time that we thought that would be better. We had some time.
I was discussing with the superintendent because it says bring it back for November 3rd, and whether we're holding to that or tabling. So
The motion is to table it. It definitely went down, but yes, for that. But
Well, there's a motion and a second, so. The board needs to vote on that motion and that second to table indefinitely until you and I, what I heard.
okay, so who seconded? All right, so it was seconded by Martha, and all those in favor of tabling this, say aye.
Aye.
Those who, anybody who opposes? Okay, then we will bring it back at a later date to be determined. All right, so we still have 18, and yes, we're gonna have to extend the meeting because this is all about paper and a
12:30.
agenda item number 18.
Move to extend to 12:30.
I think it's 8, not 8.
I'm saying 18. Okay, thank you. It is 8.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We voted to extend. to 12.
And who was the person who seconded? It was motioned by trustee Jones. It's seconded by trustee McNichol.
I pulled it off. First off, it's exciting work. We're finally getting around to this. And this is, because this is very student-centric and can really move them forward, I wish it had been on consent. So that's why I pulled it off. Plus, there was obviously very robust questions from trustees. We already saw those, but if there anything else that has come up as we consider this item and this opportunity, I know that after our CAC meeting, and the folks saw the agenda item, they had wished we had touched on that and how this is in reference to their community and how this could be utilized there. So I don't want, it's late, but I think we want to just confirm before, so we feel good about moving forward. Hopefully we do with this opportunity for students.
And I'll just add, I was going to pull the item because I asked extensive questions, but all my questions, yeah, I'm the one. Because boy, I really picked through this one, but you answered all to my satisfaction and I was just going to approve tonight. So does anybody else have questions?
I just have a comment that I talked to people at Dana Hills who's kind of soft opening there, and Brad Baker loves it.
In terms of when they saw it in the principal presentation,
I'm not sure how it was rolled out, but
okay, it wasn't rolled out, but principals.
They had kind of a sample option to look at it and sneak peek, but without any, just a chance to see what it was like. And yeah, we were hearing great things from the principals.
And first of all, I love the 24/7 as a late
Yes.
night person.
Yes.
You know, I'd love to be able to do that. Second, it's kind of like Uber, where if you say, I need a geometry question answered,
Yes.
and a geometry person says, I can
Yes.
answer that one.
In your native language.
Yes.
It's awesome.
So, it's expensive.
Yes.
This is one-time money, right? Are we using our, yeah, okay,
That's
for, yeah, recovery and everything. So it's 2 years, and then we'll see how everything works, and we may invest in it again, you know, hopefully, but,
The only thing is that it has not been presented tonight that I was told in Q&A. My concern is, again, this kind of expenditure is the rollout, because I spoke to all my principals who attended, excited. By the way, John Masseston, who has 4 math teachers who've committed to doing tutoring from 3 to 4, Monday through Thursday. All the student has to do, it's in their weekly email, is go to, I forget, whatever, e-hall or whatever, see what door is open. And those 4 teachers are rotating and tutoring. He said, so I was looking to see about advancing other areas, and then this was presented. And so he's put it on hold to see, you know, what's gonna go on. So rollout, it's only as good as the people who know about it. And I then, in reading through, see that Carrie Johnson is the one who has brought this to us, and with so much information, but I'm just concerned about the advertising of it. And I know you've got a plan, which I'd like to know about, and then principals, it's gonna be on them to really make the parents, you know, aware, or be in the talking points. That could be in one of the text messages. So if you could just broad stroke that for us at this
Absolutely.
hour.
So Dr. Johnson, you want to share a little bit about how it rolls out and how it's advertised?
And before he does that, I want to appreciate Trustee Castellanos started this in the spring. And so I just want to give her credit for bringing this up and sticking with it, and us sticking with it. So not to interrupt, but I wanted to make sure that we got that in.
But we've just had a lot of success with it. I think Santa Ana I think it's our 2nd year rolling it out, and our middle school and our high schoolers seem to use it a lot. And I know there's a piece, I don't know if it was described in the contract, but there's a essay piece that is really powerful. So one of the ways you can get buy-in is that you can make that part of the assignment in the editing process. The teacher can actually assign, you have to have it edited by a paper tutor. That's part of the process of editing a paper. And so they utilize paper in the classroom as part of the assignment, as another editing part of the assignment. So I thought that was a great piece, especially for high school students who need help with writing. And the native language is I mean, how many of us have sat doing homework at midnight and we come to a problem that we don't understand, right? You never have it, you're never there at the tutor when you're like, oh, now I need help. And this is access when students are actually studying. So it's TK through 12. It's open to us. I do not use it. No, I don't have any, but it is K. Well, we're geniuses down there, people. But it is open K through 12, yeah, in Santa Ana. But I know we've struggled a little bit at the elementary school site because it is going to take a lot of push from teachers. I know our upper graders use it a little bit more, but I've heard the secondaries really are having quite success with it.
So Superintendent Vital Bulte read my mind. I was going to make sure and give the board credit because I know that you investigated this last year. And then you read my mind, actually, Trustee Castellanos, about the essay review portion. And so if a student submits it, they promise a 24-hour turnaround with an annotated copy. And when I say annotated, they don't give answers or rewrite it or do a plagiarism check. It's, hey, your thesis statement is a little weak, might need some more supporting paragraphs, that kind of thing. The idea is to build student agency and build student metacognition. But to the rollout, so November 1st was going to be our rollout. After speaking to several principals, right now the plan is the principals would roll out first to their sites and their communities, and then we would follow with a district message. But just a one-time message isn't going to do it. We're going to have to consistently message in different avenues and in kind of different vectors. One of the most successful things I've found, because I was part of this in a prior district, was the students themselves messaging out. When it really took off in my last district was when a high school student took it upon themselves to do a screencast of how to log into paper, how they used it. And I just emailed that video after getting approval from the student and their parent. Emailed that video out to all of our students and say, hey, and that's when it really started taking off because students listen to other students more so than they will to adults. But one of the things that paper does is they provide a customer support specialist to help make sure that you're doing everything you can to message paper out to your community. That they meet with you on a regular basis, show you the data and kind of use their expertise to point out how we can increase that reach. And they also provide marketing materials that are targeted for the different audiences, for students, for parents, for teachers. They also provide parent webinars, both in English and Spanish. I've been in both of those. They do an amazing job of answering parents' questions and really kind of showing what paper is all about and how it can help their students. And this is something that's good for all students. It's going to provide more leverage for those students who don't have the means to access private tutoring, but it is good for all students.
In the future, so that I don't have to send you so many questions, that kind of information, and even if it's just color copy, would have been really good to see. And, you know, knowing how many other different districts in Orange County that are currently using, all that is good. So in future, are we ready to vote on this?
Send us the video.
Move approval.
Second.
Trustee McNicholas made the motion and trustee Hannachek seconded, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, with no further business, do we have a
Thank you very
motion?
much, trustees. Thank you.
Motion to
Do
adjourn.
we have a motion to conclude the meeting?
Adjournment.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Wanting to stay late? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Time is now 12:21 a.m.